师者，在劫难逃。留在死亡中吧。
杀人是种恶习，但我似乎戒不掉了。
速战速决，来啊！安息吧。
在如此精彩的开场表演之后，我希望现场
Hey everyone, how do you like the show? Can you make some noise? Hey, thank God you guys didn't chant TSM. So for everyone, every summoner who's here, tuning in online or at the venue, good afternoon. We're here at Guangzhou International Sport Arena, and we have 2016 LPL Summer Split Final at here. I'm the host today, Bai Xu. After a fierce season of competition, every summoner's eyes here at the stage. At this moment, no matter the teams, or the audience at the live venue, or the summoners over the internet, we're all excited about this champion, the new champion. Of course, you can interact with us online or offline over Weibo, and you have a chance to get our gift. And also, thanks Sprite for sponsoring us and other partnership. Now, it's about to show the teams. Is it gonna be one team that won the championship in Spring Split, or the other team who's gonna reclaim the crown? And we're gonna about to review the answer. Now, unleash your powers and welcome the first team, EDG. EDG, founded by Edward Zhu in September 2013. In 2014 regional competitions, EDG won championship 8 times, second place 2 times, breaking LPL championship record. They were rated the best team in LPL by Insight on Esports. In 2015 LPL Spring Split Final, EDG won the championship, winning their 3rd championship in a row and qualified for a mid-season invitational, and finally beat the world champion SKT, becoming the first LPL team who won the champion at a world level tournament. and also rated the best club in LPL. In 2016, EDG break the LPL record by winning all the games, not dropping a single game in summer split. Now let's welcome the top laner, Mouse. Jungle, Clear Love. Mid laner, Scout. Bot lane, AD carry, Deft. And finally, the support player, Mako. Now the first team is ready. Now we return onto the second team on the other side. And to chant their names. Let's welcome RNG. The second team is RNG. RNG, previously known as Starhome Rail Club, got demoted to LSPL in 2015. However, the team didn't give up and rebuilt their team to RNG. They also carried on the spirit from Royal Club, and they renamed themselves to Royal Never Give Up, RNG. RNG will keep trying to fight for the World Championship. Royal never give up. Let's give a round of applause to the top laner, Looper. Jungle, MLXG. Mid laner, Xiaohu. AD carry, UZI. And finally, the support laner, Mata.
好，再次告诉各位观众，观看英雄联盟5周年的庆典召唤师们，请锁定英雄联盟3大。
Summers, you can tune in to 3 official channels: League of Legends TV, League of Legends Gaming Center, or you can tune in through our mobile app. Of course, there are other platforms you can choose, including 斗鱼、龙珠、熊猫、战旗、全民、乐视. To tune in to watch our summer split final. We also have a guest on the official app to chat with you and to watch 5th year anniversary together. You can also ask questions via our mobile app. And also have a lot of gift for you waiting. Now, 2016 League of Legends LPL Summer Split final game is about to start.
大家好，欢迎收看今晚的 LPL 现场英文直播。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Today, we are here live at Guangzhou Guoji Ti Yuanyi Zhongxing, which is the Guangzhou International Sports Arena, with 12,000 LPL fans gathered here today to catch the grand finals of the LPL summer split between EDG and RNG. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart. Joining me for tonight's broadcast is the beautiful and ever so lovely Indiana Frosker in black, as well as the handsome, ever so dashing Zach Rusty Pie. How are you guys doing today?
We made it. It was a 10-hour flight. This is 3 years coming for me, but we finally made it, Fish. We landed in a beautiful, gorgeous city for the finals.
We certainly have. And what about you, Rusty? You having a good time so far?
I'm having a good time, but it is really hot here. It is incredibly humid, and it's almost like we're swimming in the air, but lovely place.
It certainly is. Guangzhou has been fantastic so far. The food has been amazing, and I'm pretty sure the matches that we're about to catch tonight are going to be even better. Tonight, it's the best of the best, guys. It's EDG taking on RNG for the grand finals.
And this isn't just the best of the best of now, although the MC said it best, you know, we're crowning the now champion. These are the most accomplished teams the LPL has ever put together historically and internationally. You look at Starhorn, Royal Club, Royal never gives up. Whatever iteration you want to call them, two-time world finalists in 2013, 2014, an LPL title now to their name in 2015, and they're looking to make it too, helmed by Uzi, the guy who has never had an LPL title. On the other side, EDG, undeniably the most dominant team the LPL has ever created, but internationally starting to pick up the trend of choking.
They certainly have, but we take a look at how these two teams are performing recently. Rusty, they're just the best of the best right now in the LPL. They're unstoppable at the moment.
That's right, a coveted history, and yes, the two pillars of the LPL with a couple of other teams, but in their current form, very much deserving of being in the finals right now. They are the two best teams that the LPL has to offer, and there's so much on the line for both of these teams. It's not just to win, but winning locally is arguably more important than winning on the world stage for these guys because of the pride that comes along with that.
Again, it's not just that these teams are hungry for victory. Any team that goes to a final is hungry to win. These guys are starving for it. Clearlove has been denied an LPL title the last 3 times in a row, and again, Uzi has never won one domestically.
And we take a look at the last time he got denied that LPL title. I mean, sorry, if we take a look at last time that EDG in particular got denied that title, it was against RNG during the spring split finals. It went to 5 games, and RNG were the team that were able to pick up the victory and were the representatives for the LPL heading into MSI, where they had a great performance as well. It's a rematch. It's pretty well known now that these two teams are big rivals, especially in 2016.
And it's not even just a rematch in the best of 5, but we can also look back to the most recent time they faced in that best of 3, where EDG did up winning them, but it was a smash either way.
And speaking of EDG, you can see them up on your screen right now. Mouse up at the top lane with Clearlove in the jungle. Scout will be taken to the mid lane as Deft and Mako will be the AD carry and support.
You have to say, looking at across the board of EDG, the standout that is a surprise is actually Mouse. You never really expected him to come in and fill the shoes as a not top laner, first and foremost, and actually have a good split, play a big part in EDG's undefeated split, but that is an incredible performance from Mouse.
Likewise, you also then have to look at Scout in that mid lane. Pawn not starting for the team, so looking at more of kind of a wave control, kind of a backseat player as opposed to Pawn, who's very aggressive, very forward, very in your face, and draws a lot of pressure.
And as always, we still have the king of the jungle, Clearlove, as well as their superstar bottom lane of Deft and Mako. They've really been the backbone, the side of the team that has not really changed since Spring Split. Moving on to Summer Split, they've continued to up their game and perform phenomenally well for EDG, but their opponents today are going to be no easy opponent because it's going to be RNG with Looper up in the top lane. Mana Xiangguo will be heading into the jungle. Xiaohu will be taking to the mid lane as Uzi and Mata will be the AD carry and support.
It's just an incredible all-star roster, I think it's safe to say. MLXG is probably the youngest with Xiaohu in this team, but still they've shown their own. They showed that they can play internationally at a very high level as well, so confidence is there. And this team individually comes together to make a fantastic unit.
And it's not even just MLXG, it's also Xiaohu. You know, going into MSI and taking solo kills off of Faker not once but multiple times, MLXG and Xiaohu, the 2 youngest members of this team, really stepped up to the plate when the pressure was on.
And we've already mentioned RNG, when they went to MSI, had a fantastic performance, and that was back when they had Wushen as their AD carry. They brought on Uzi, who's been a superstar in the LPL and internationally for quite some time now, and they've just become even stronger and stronger. And now we can kind of take a look at more in-depth of this matchup of EDG against RNG. First up in the top lane, it's going to be Mouse taking on Looper.
And this is one of the big matchups that I really want to highlight. Looper needs to impact the map. He's a fantastic laner, he gets limited resources, but that can be said to the same degree of Mouse. Lupa just needs to make it work.
And in the jungle, it's going to be Klulov taking on Malas Xianghuo.
I mean, effectively, it's the king of the jungle versus the new kid on the black who's trying to upset him on his throne. Imalek Shi, so forward, so aggressive, and Clearlove just plays every style and facet.
Well, as he takes to the mid lane, it's Scout taking on the little tiger himself, Xiaohu.
Low kill participations makes a lot of sense. Once again, they're facilitators for their team. Wave clear, trying to set up the rest of the map and just scale and always be relevant.
And finally move into the bottom lane. First up is going to be Deft up against Uzi, but they're also flanked by Mako and Mata.
I mean, these two AD carries defined styles. Uzi, hyper-aggressive, super forward, Def, the team fighting AD carry, and their partners in crime, Mata and Mako joining them. These are two all-star bot lanes.
And the crazy thing as well, Mako's a lane-focused support. Mata wants to call for the rest of the map, get around, but Uzi compensates for it. So these two as a head-to-head are fairly even.
And there you can see a couple of stats on your screen between these two teams. EDG and RNG, yes, EDG are chasing that perfect split, but RNG, they have been strong throughout the summer split as well. And it's just going to be a bloodbath of the game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a heavy-hitting matchup between these two. The stats are all very similar between them all, and now it's all coming down to that one moment.
For now, though, we're going to be able to take a look and see what the players from both these teams had to say, though, as they head into this match.
是的，好，那么呢，两队的数据比数字会说话。看完了数据后，觉得两队确实有这个之争。那么他们彼此之间实力各有。
从春季赛决赛输给 RNG 的话，打完之后感受的话是觉得比较伤心难过吧。
我新加入 RNG 还是有一点压力的，因为他们在春季赛的时候是冠军嘛，然后这次对手 EDG 也是非常恐怖的连胜到了决赛。
잘한다고 생각하는 선수가 2명 있는데 한 명이 우지 선수고 한 명이 인프 선수. 저랑 메이커랑 아니면 우지랑 마타 선수랑 같이 비교하는 게 더 좋을 것 같아요.
뭐 그거는 중국 내에서는 뭐 맞추면 가능하겠지만 애초에 그거는 한국에서 나온 얘기이기 때문에 메이커 선수는 아마 거기에는 끼지 못할 것 같아요.
他如果要兼顾大局的话，他对于对线的各种细节的方面的掌握的话就没有那么好。
한번 붙어봐야 할 것 같은데 일단 EDG는 클리어러브 선수가 없으면은 바텀이 아예 게임을 못 띄우기 때문에 그러니까 이번에는 창거가 그러니까 저번 결승에는 그렇게 좋은 모습은 못 보여줬는데
我觉得麻辣香锅除了年龄比我小一点，其他方面都没有我强。
其实观众在比赛中也看得出来嘛，就我们平常比赛中，我们两匹马的差别还是区别有点大的。我的马就是赤兔，他的感觉就是小马驹。
比如说我玩蓝枪，什么丢了枪跑啊，或者说玩猪妹丢了猪跑啊，玩人马就没有什么东西可以丢，所以说就死了很多次。
子科这个选手的话，他在夏季赛表现还可以吧，就比那些中规中矩的中单要好一些。如果到时候我拿到就是比较强力的英雄，我觉得我可以单杀他。
미드에서 좀 킬이 많이 나오지 않을까 생각을 하고 있고 라인전에서 밀리기 시작하면 클리어러브 선수가 몰아낼 수 있기 때문에 라인전부터 꼭 이기겠습니다.
看到时候能不能发出来洪荒之力。
마우 선수가 이번 시즌에 처음 탑으로 뛰기 시작했는데 그래도 아직 좀 부족한 것 같아요.
我们之前跟他们打过一个 BO3嘛，我感觉他作用没有我大吧。
제가 100번 따면 따이진 않을 것 같아요.
我会赢他。
我觉得既然他们前2次都输的话，我觉得这老天爷就只能给他们亚军了。
上一次春季赛被你击败了嘛，这次我会拿到冠军的。
希望明凯不要养我的猪，也不要来我们的野区。
我希望我能成功的复仇，然后拿到中国队的1号种子队，作为中国最强战队出征吧。 就 Key Day 这个东西吧，别人就对我有很多误解吧。我觉得我 Key Day 高的话，我 Key Day 虽然高，但我已经就是做了我能做的事情，我吸收了很多伤害，而且也打出了很多伤害，也牵制了就对面的 C 位。最后跑了的话，就只能说明我的就是逃跑技术更好一点吧。我的被动技能逃生之路的话，就是挺有用的。
So we just heard from the players there, but unfortunately it was in Mandarin, but we kind of got a translation backstage earlier, guys, and they pretty much, they're out for blood coming into this game. They all pretty much hate each other going into this match. They really want to pick up a win here tonight.
It's a little bit funny. So the TLDR is like player A dislikes player B, but the beauty about it is they're not like, I dislike him, we're going to beat him. It's more like, he's a good player. I'm just like a little bit better than him, so I think we'll win. The only other difference there was Clearlove actually was spoken of by Scout, and he was saying that Clearlove's very hard on me every single time I make a mistake, and it makes me want to be better. And that's a pretty good relationship because it's very rare.
My favorite one was actually Mouse's, where he's like, Looper's better than me, but I'm going to beat him this time because I have to. It was just straight up like, he's better.
Yeah. Mine, on the other hand, is MLXG going up against Clearlove in the jungle. They kept talking about their Hecarim's. Apparently, MLXG thinks that his Hecarim's a big Hecarim, and Clearlove's, a little bit of a small Hecarim going into this match. I know you, Frostgrin, not too happy when Clearlove picks up that champion.
My issue with a lot of LPL teams actually picking up Hecarim, and RNG included a bit, is that they really just don't understand how to play with a jungler that isn't putting pressure on the lanes. EDG in particular are very, they need Clearlove as their primary facilitator, and so he needs to play a heavy ganking jungler, and someone like Hecarim who needs to farm up, it just denies them too much power and too much proactivity on the map.
Yeah, and realistically, look, you're a better Hecarim than somebody who's not a very good Hecarim. I don't know what that actually says, so trash talk, a little bit of a wash, but they tried their best.
Well, that is how we're about to head into the first match of this best of 5 series, and guys, just kind of want to break down what's going to happen in this game, because we've already seen what's happened during the cross conference, we saw what happened during spring split finals. What's going to happen now that it's the summer split grand finals?
I mean, you have to look at how do EDG win and how do RNG win. Now, EDG is, again, getting Clearlove on a very early ganking jungler. He's got to apply pressure to his lanes. Scout and Mouse need to survive Xiaohu and Looper. Not necessarily win, but just neutralize and survive the lanes. And Deft and Mako need to team up with Clearlove and get that bot lane going. EDG have a very clear formula about how they win the game.
Now, I mean, on the flip side, RNG would look at that and say it's pretty easy to counteract. Let's be fair, like Clearlove always goes bottom lane. It's statistically a fact that he will always be down there trying to get ganks off. And so if you're MLXG, whose purpose is essentially to find Clearlove, stop him from getting these ganks off and stop the bottom lane from snowballing, I think you have a fairly safe assumption on where he's going to be, and that's hovering around that area.
So is this going to be another 5-game slugfest that we can see coming up from the two teams, kind of similar to what we saw during the Spring Split Finals? I know our Mandarin counterparts sitting next to us, Candace as well as Remember, are notoriously well known for when they go on camera for their casts and they're both on together, it's going to Game 5 apparently.
Yeah, both of them seem to have a curse, so it always goes to 5 games when one's on, both together. Maybe we're going to Game 10, but at least Game 5. One's on, both together. Maybe we're going to Game 10, but at least Game 5.
Yeah, but it is probably going to be a slugfest between these two teams, RNG and EDG, especially now at 6.15.
You don't even have to say probably. We know it's going to be a slugfest. You can look at the bottom lane, first blood for them, or it costs them first blood, but 100% of the time, they're going all in. The last time EDG's bot lane faced against RNG's bot lane, so Uzi Mata versus Deft Mako definitively came out on top. They solo killed that bot lane, I believe, 4 different times before Clearlove was even involved, once at an all-in on level 2. That said, the asterisk there is that Mata and Uzi had not been working with each other for very long, so still building that synergy. But this time around, it's like all cards on the table. Who is the best bot lane in the LPL?
There's actually a real possibility now that it's dead even, opposed to having an advantage towards one of the teams, and that really is where those junglers come back into play once again. They need to have that impact.
Certainly feels like it. We go back in towards the jungle as well. MLXG going up against Clearlove. When we saw them play off during the cross-conference best of 3 series, when RNG picked up their single-game victory, it really was when MLXG was able to go into the jungle, find Clearlove, and stop him from impacting the bottom lane of EDG.
I mean, the same thing applies, like, look at MSI earlier in the year. MLXG ganking for Xiaohu because he's counter-ganking, finding the jungler, makes it work for them. That's how RNG actually find these victories.
I mean, the junglers are going to be the most important players on the map. It's up to MLXG to find Clearlove and disrupt him, and it's up for Clearlove to be successful on these ganks, get involved with his bottom lane, and help Mouse and Scout survive.
And speaking of Mouse and Scout, those are just 2 solo laners going up against Looper and Xiaohu from RNG. what do we expect from these two lanes? Because we've already talked about how it's a very bottom-focused match, very jungle-centric matchup. What do the solo laners from these two teams provide going into this best of 5 series?
So the thing, like, we are standard lanes. You can't die solo, firstly. Mid laners, they're going to have wave clear. They're going to try and scale. They want to be relevant as the game goes on and they get towards late game team fights. Even mid-game rotations, we're starting to see champions like Twisted Fate. There was the Aurelion Soul for a little bit, rest in peace, that won't be seen now. But the idea is that you disappear from mid lane. You wave clear, you go help the rest of the map. Means you can move with your jungler and invade, gank top lane or gank bottom lane depending on your team. So it's possible that the middle laners just wave clear and both go into Fog of War and just play each other for the full.
A slight weird edge that gives RNG in particular is that if you actually look at their wards per minute and the positions on who are laying those wards, obviously the supports are going to be the primary vision controllers for both teams, but on RNG their second most played wards is actually in their mid lane position. So it's really important that Xiaohu is actually unlocked from that position and able to lay down vision to help set RNG up because they're a battle ward skirmish team.
You know, speaking of the mid lane, up against him is going to be Scout. Unfortunately, we won't see Pawn playing here today. It's going to be Scout that takes to the mid lane. It's going to be EDG taking on RNG for the grand finals of the summer split of the LPL. This time round, to start us off, it will be EDG on the blue side, whereas RNG will be taking to the red side of Summoner's Rift.
And no surprises so far. We've already seen Karma and Jin hit the board. EDG also very well known for banning Jin on red side. I don't expect either AD carry to get their hands on that champion for the duration of this series.
I think one of the other important AD carries that we have to look at is actually the Ashe, and if she will be seen. Uzi is one of the most incredible Ashe players that I have ever seen. For someone who has a tendency to carry, is one of the most incredible Ashe players that I have ever seen. For someone who has a tendency to carry, he can play a facilitator and still carry extremely well.
And it's so great, you know, when we were, how do RNG win this game? How do EDG setting up everyone's win conditions? It was unanimous across the board for all three of us. Uzi will win RNG a game all by himself.
Just one.
Just Uzi things.
He'll pick a game, and that's Uzi's game. Well, we're still going through this pick ban phase. Rek'Sai being banned out on the red side of the map. RNG do not want Clearlove to pick that up on the blue side of Summoner's Rift. Sivir is going to be banned out here against Uzi, and Talia is going to be the final ban that comes out from RNG.
Yeah, interesting bans now with a lot of focus towards AD carries. One each actually does leave open plenty of options, though. As Mouse locks it in.
Yeah, Mouse going to be locking in Gangplank as his first pick of choice. RNG now have a chance to respond with 2 big picks of themselves.
And a reminder that EDG without Pawn in that mid lane, they haven't used it as a flex since Gangplank came back into favor. That is exclusively a Mouse pick, unless they really want to throw a curveball in this final.
Yeah, internationally we've actually seen a couple of Gangplanks in mid lane, but all of them have lost, I believe. It's just very rare that we'll now see it successful. Top lane Gangplank, very high priority champion, should always be considered up there along the likes of the Echo and the Shen that can also be picked.
And that's something that's very commonly banned out against EDG as well when they're on the blue side of Summoner's Rift.
But it's just the ridiculous amount of damage that Gangplank's able to put around the map with his ultimate alone. I mean, he can pretty much miss every single keg, but he'll still do more damage than majority of champions if he hits that ultimate in key locations.
RNG, though, they've gone and decided to lock in Lissandra and Gragas as their first 2 picks going into their first match.
Yeah, of course, with the Talia taken away, Lissandra seems to be one of those natural next best options. Of course, Vladimir, Malzahar, other champions that we have seen here and there as combatant tools towards the Lissandra, but the beauty of the flex as well.
It's also just the beauty of Lissandra in general and everything that she's going to offer. So, as Rusty was saying earlier, you have that wave clear, you have the ability to roam around on the map all on her own with her claw, and then she also works wonderfully with that double teleport meta because she can immediately TP to one of the side lanes and throw down hard CC in that frozen tomb.
Well, we already saw Jin and Sivir banned out. So far, no AD carry picked up from either side of the map. We know Uzi is very notoriously known for picking up that Ashe, something that Scout was hovering over them, but decides to swap over and actually locks in Twisted Fate as his mid lane pick of choice, and Tarmkan should be locked in here for Clearlove, most likely going over towards Mako.
So for what it's worth, I would have preferred the Ashe here just to cement their team composition, unless they were worried that Twisted Fate was going to be picked away by Xiaohu, which is unrealistic to consider, right? By doing so, they now give over the option of what I'm going to say is the 3rd best AD carry, but given that 2 are banned, probably the best AD carry that they could pick for themselves right now.
I have to completely agree. I mean, last time EDG and RNG faced in a best of 5, EDG really struggled in the draft phase, and RNG pretty much hands down beat them across the board. This time around, it looks like a very similar story. unless that Ashe doesn't get locked in. Because obviously with the Twisted Fate, with the possibility of Ashe, you're looking for a pick composition.
Yeah, but the cool thing once again of what EDG have put together is very global based. They can get around the map. Tamkench can bring the Twitch with him. They could submarine their way towards mid lane or top lane if they'd like and make plays consistently.
And you're still keeping that assassination pick identity to the composition if you do grab the Twitch.
And that still has a wide champion pool that he can play around with. We've seen the Kog'Maw being picked up by EDG quite a few times. We see him hovering over the Twitch as well. Hypercarry he's played before. On the flip side though, RNG, they decided to save their AD carry pick for last as they lock in Braum for their support as well as Echo being locked in as most likely their top lane pick of choice.
Yeah, locking in that Echo. A strong champion, does well into the gangplank as well, so they had the counter pick as an option available for them.
Meanwhile, EDG complete their team composition. They pick up Ashe for Deft, and they're going to be locking in Elise for Clearlove in the jungle.
Clearlove is not a known Elise player. I'm actually really surprised. We suspected that this pick would come out, but for MLXG, I like the fact that Elise is being picked up here. Again, it fits in that wheelhouse of everything Clearlove needs to do for this team. He needs to get involved with his lanes, start setting up pressure. It's a great dueling jungler, 1v1 across from Gragas. Now it's just about can he execute on it.
Normally we see EDG, when Gragas is picked away from them, they normally default back to picking up Graves as their jungler of choice. This time around, like you said, pick up Elise, a champion that Clearlove doesn't normally pick going into his competitive matches. Still though, waiting for RNG to lock in their final pick, and it is going to be the Caitlyn picked up by Uzi to go with the Braum that Mata will be playing heading onto Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, we don't have the signature Jinx pickup from Deft or as Kog'Maw, but we do get a chance to look at Caitlyn, or Uzi's Caitlyn. I was almost like Caitlyn's Uzi, same thing.
I'm very curious to see how this Caitlyn's going to go. It means ideally they'll be running some kind of siege composition. You look at the rest of what RNG have put together for themselves, it does ring true that they want to be sieging turrets and taking down their opponents. But Caitlyn, a strong lane bully champion against Ashe, who's quite strong at doing the exact same thing with those volleys. It's a dangerous bottom lane.
We take a look at the side of EDG, you know, not so much about sieging here, but lots of global pressure coming out from their team comp. Every single champion except for Elise really has an ability to affect the map from very, very far away.
And we talked about how EDG really have a very clear-cut blueprint about how they go about winning games. This composition fits exactly into that. It's about throwing all of your buttons, all of that pressure, and all of your champions at that bottom lane. So look for the level 6 Destiny, look for the level 6 Cannon Barrage, and look for the dive bottom.
That's what it's really about for EDG here. Their composition having an Ashe and a Twisted Fate screams pick comp to me against what is an engage-heavy composition from the opposite side here of RNG. Both teams have different styles, and they're very uniquely in their own way.
Certainly feels like it. Then we move into the jungle, which is a matchup that we've been talking about quite extensively so far. We talked about how MLXG really wants to go and find Clearlove, but it seems like the champs have been swapped over. MLXG's now the one that's on Gragas, whereas Clearlove is the man on Elise this time around.
But you have so much bully potential from RNG's side. A lot of these laners, Lissandra, Echo, and Caitlyn, should get the advantage and the upper hand in terms of the initial wave control.
We'll have to see how these two junglers are going to be impacting the game here. EDG taking on RNG. This is the first match of the grand finals of the summer split of the LPL. A lot is on the line for these two teams. They are both already locked in for the 2016 World Championships, but this best of 5 series will decide who is going to be the #1 seed from China.
And unsurprisingly, it makes sense that getting into this first game, we run comfortable champions for the most part, pretty much here from both of these teams.
You know, we talked about the solo lane matchups a little bit early on. Mouse against Looper. We talk about comfort champs as well. Gangplank being picked up by Mouse up at the top side of the map. And we see Looper is picking up Echo. That's a champion that we've seen picked so much during the LPL playoffs.
Echo was played 17 times in the LPL playoffs alone. He's uncontested as the best top laner, but Gangplank's normally not left open, so a lot of pressure on Mouse. He can sit back and farm this one out, but he needs to be on point with these Cannon Barrage.
We'll have to see how Mouse is going to be able to do just that, but unfortunately it seems like we're having a couple of technical difficulties as we get into this first match between EDG and RNG. And hopefully be able to get those resolved as soon as possible. But guys, have the win conditions for these two teams changed at all? We've already talked about how EDG, once again, sticking to their true style, throwing everything they can towards the bottom lane. How are RNG going to be adapting coming into this game?
I think one to look towards is how RNG's bottom lane's sculpted, in particular their 2v2, not even including MLXG. They've got the Caitlyn, they've got the ability to sit back and place traps in defensive positions. Not only that, they have the Braum, who can do the exact same thing. They can double up and be lane bullies, but if they're worried that Clearlove's nearby or they don't have vision, they can just hang back, they can just play casually and just farm.
And you can actually see this statistic, 80 to 90% chance of being ahead at 20 minutes. They're a bit of a slow burn type of team in the LPL, whereas RNG, they're ahead at 10 minutes 80% of the time, and ahead at 20 minutes about 95% of the time. So they start fast and they get quicker.
And as our observer was very politely able to show us there, the first dragon spawning in this match is going to be that Infernal Dragon. And Dragon is an objective I believe RNG are very notoriously well known for being able to control. Controlling Infernal Dragons is especially important in the LPL.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be vital, honestly, for both of these teams to look towards the Infernal Drake. Scaling compositions can be spoken of for both of these teams, so getting that scaling Drake is a big deal.
Historically, throughout the LPL, RNG do have a much higher Dragon secure and priority rate. EDG more often on that Baron. And to be honest, I attribute a lot of the blue side victories that we've seen global to the Baron pit area. If you look at the shape of the map, on the blue side, Baron opens up into 3 different avenues. On purple side, you have to walk through 2 different choke points if you want to contest the Baron. There's a lot of AoE stacking abilities that are really popular in the meta, and you get punished very hard if you ever lose vision control of that area.
So the minions have spawned and crashed into their lanes here. We see both bottom lane AD carries and support started a camp at level 1 to try and hit level 2 as fast as they possibly can. MLXG started his red buff, whereas Clearlove started at his blue buff to start this game off, and MLXG, he's going to be a little bit unpredictable in terms of where he starts in Summoner's Rift with jungle pathing.
The only 3 junglers that diverge from the set standard pathing are MLXG, Dandy, and Swift. They are unpredictable wildcards. Clearlove, about 73% of the time, will start in the same place every time.
A couple of interesting things that have happened so far. Firstly, MLXG has been spotted, so that unpredictability is out the window. They know where he has to be from here on out. Not only that, mid lane for Scout is suffering quite severely, which means that if MLXG still wants to make a play, Xiaohu will be the first to rotate because of the control that he has.
And we said that was going to be a factor, the fact that Echo and Lissandra should get early control of these lanes and start opening up space and opportunities for MLXG to find Clearlove. And that's the key word. Find and disrupt him. MLXG doesn't have to kill Clearlove, he just needs to slow him down.
We can see down towards the bottom side of the map, Deftamako going up against Uzi and Mata. These are 2 superstar AD carries, and when we saw their standard lane matchups, they were out for blood. Meanwhile though, Clearlove looking to try and make a gank on towards the mid lane. Xiaohu trying to take the claw back to safety. Neither the gold card nor the cocoon lands coming out from EDG's jungler and mid lane carry.
He was just trying to bait out a flash right there, the cheeky throwing the W and trying to make them predict that the animation is going to be the cocoon, but that's already diverging from the formula that EDG have set. Clearlove looking mid.
Yeah, I guess looking mid, having a Twisted Fate on the team is indirectly still looking bottom.
Yep.
So for what it's worth, it's a good move, as these two really are giving it to each other, and Looper consistently winning.
Yeah, Mouse already fairly low on health, and very low on mana as well.
He's going top.
Yep, there goes Pond, looking to try and rotate towards the top side of the map. Looper being very aggressive towards Mouse, puts down the parallel convergence. Mouse will be no flash out of there, and there's a Twisted Fate behind him. Scout will get the gold card down, picks up first blood for EDG and game number 1.
And he just catches Xiaohu off of a cheeky back, so he forces Lissandra in. Xiaohu thinks that it's a truce, they're both going to
And now bottom.
Clearlove though, making a gank towards the bottom lane. There's a teleport coming in as well for RNG to kind of diffuse the gank, and they're able to successfully stop the gank coming out from Clearlove.
Thankfully, Xiaohu does have teleport. Looper was indeed dead, so he'll come back to his top lane perfectly fine, but movements across the board here from EDG, that was so unpredictable from Scout. Nobody would have expected him to be top.
And again, taking advantage of that cheeky back, thinking that it was a truce, that they were both going to go grab their items and then appearing top lane. There is now a window where Xiaohu won't have that TP up and the Destiny could be available, so EDG can continue to apply the pressure and the speed.
And it's not just Scout's teleport that's going to be down. Looper, like you said, Rusty, had to use his teleport to get back to the lane on the top side of the map. Mouse even using his to match on the top side, trying to farm up as evenly as he can with Looper's Echo.
Which again means for kind of the next 2 to 3 minutes that EDG have the opportunity to make a semi-global play on the bottom side of the map that RNG will not be able to answer.
Yeah, they can even make one mid lane really, because both top laners using their teleports, not a big deal this early in the game, except for the fact that Mouse will hit level 6 soon, and his ultimate will still do about 600 damage at level 1. If he hits it on a target with Thunderlords.
And even though we saw Scout rotate towards the top side of the map, we already seen Clearlove make his presence well known on the bottom side of Summoner's Rift. They had to use that teleport to defuse the gank, but they're probably going to throw even more resources down towards the bottom side, try and get Def rolling as early as they possibly can.
So right now, information on the map, they do know where MLXG is, was pinged out several times, so that does give Deft and Mako a bit more freedom, but I'm just really curious where ClearLove's going to act next. He's on the bottom side of your map right now. He's not going to do it.
That's cool.
He just snuck out of vision. Evaded the wards being placed down by EDG. Very clever pathing coming out from MLXG.
Ultimately not necessary, as he could have body slammed over the Herald wall, but it was cute, and so I'll pay it.
I just imagine him shimmying across a cliff, towing the line.
Meanwhile, we take a look towards the mid lane. Scouts going up against Xiaohu, just farming it out. Both mid laners very even in terms of CS, and also picked up the Negatron Cloak as their first item, trying to mitigate as much magic damage as possible, which there is an abundance of coming into this game. Yeah. Both junglers, top laners, even from the Cannon Barrage of the Gangplank, Looper dealing a lot as well.
There are so many pings happening right now. Mata is going nuts. We spoke about this in Champion Select. You know, Mata can't necessarily really focus on lane. He really depends on Uzi there because he is shot calling the map for them, as ClearLove's now spotted by some vision. And immediately the pings.
And as we expected, ClearLove down towards the bottom side of Summoner's Rift. As we take a look at this lane, neither Deft or Uzi have gone back to base yet, both using their potions, just farming up, and it seems like Deft and Mako are trying to zone out this Caitlyn and Braum.
Stopping them from recalling is the ultimate goal of both Deft and Mako here. Best case scenario for the Ashe Tahm Kenshin lane is they don't get back to the BF sword purchase. They just sit there for as long as they possibly can to make sure that they don't lose that laning phase. Base damage of an Ashe is the same as the Caitlyn, but the auto attack starts to be a big deal with Uzi's extra range and pressure with those traps.
However, RNG being very aggressive here. MLXG invades towards ClearLove's blue side of his jungle and takes blue buff away for himself.
But it was very clear what was happening. Scout and ClearLove know exactly what's up. The question is going to be, what will RNG do with that perfect blue timer? And will we continue to see staggered backs to try to defend that buff and possibly a way in for RNG to find ClearLove and skirmish him?
And this is the similarity we see between EDG and RNG when they go up against other opponents in the LPL. They very much like to go and contest for blue buff and red buff whenever they possibly can, especially while they're ahead.
The LPL will never let an opportunity go to fight someone. Primary difference between them and all the other global regions is that if they think it's a 50-50, they're willing to take that coin flip because they believe that they are the stronger and better players.
Yeah, also the original concept of the LPL is that resistance items aren't damage items, so if I outplay you, I'll always kill you.
Move down towards the bottom side of the map. Def take a little bit of damage from the ace in the hole. Towards Mata being a bit cheeky, throwing out the Winter's Bite from Fog of War. We even saw MLXG give his blue buff on over towards Xiaohu in the mid lane, so Lissandra can have a much easier time wave clearing against this Twisted Fate. But so far, it's just about a 1,000 gold lead for EDG.
And the storm has not been weathered, but has passed for RNG. We talked about that slight window where EDG could have made a cross-map play. They chose not to, and in fact, RNG went on the offensive, able to steal away that blue buff. So now everything's kind of evened out, and we're trying to reset the map for the next play, and it looks to be bottom still.
Yeah, again, we see ClearLove moving down towards the bottom side of Summoner's Rift, looking to see if he can help out Deft and Mako. Make sure the Superstar AD carry as well as his signature support can get the ball rolling. Deft is level 6, he does have the Enchanted Crystal Hour available to start a fight if he needs to.
Having a rough time though, Def, as now the play's on.
There goes Tahm Kench, arrow's gonna connect, Mata gets locked down. Suddenly everybody's in this bottom lane. Scout comes down, Uzi's gonna be the first to fall. Mako picks up that kill, immediately teleport cancelled by Mouse, and Looper even uses his ultimate to get back to lane.
So they
One pick for EDG.
They don't need the window to do it. Instead, EDG just run over. They say, RNG can follow this. It doesn't matter. We beat them to the punch. ClearLove was there faster, as was Scout.
Yeah, the Windows having lane control in that middle lane. Scout's able to have a presence. Even with the minimal mana that he had available to him, he still gets enough to make it work. And EDG, ClearLove's the only person who doesn't have a global influence, but when you get in Tahm Kench's belly, you definitely can.
And it's very surprising because ClearLove doesn't even have an assist yet. He's just been impactful due to his presence alone on Summoner's Rift.
The old Evelyn factor. ClearLove playing Eve without even playing Eve. No one's surprised.
But just with those two picks that EDG have picked up so far, they're already 2,000 gold ahead of RNG. And again, it really feels like MLG has not been able to catch out ClearLove inside of his own jungle, not be able to shut him down. And all of that presence has spilled over towards the bottom lane where EDG have had such a massive impact so far.
The real benefactor of this, however, is the mid lane where Scout is starting to ramp up quite severely 1-0-1. Whenever he gets that recall in, he'll probably have the Abyssal Scepter, if not more.
We see once again both teleports are down for the side of EDG. So like you mentioned earlier, Frosco, and there is that short window of time that EDG can take advantage and use that global team composition they put together.
But that makes EDG telegraphed, and we said this at the beginning. MLXG, everyone knows where EDG are going to target the map, where they're going to gank. So he just needs to be right place, right time. And Mata and Uzi, they don't have to win this 2v2. Uzi's going to be a monster late game no matter what. That's just things that Uzi does. They just need to survive it. So just pull the wave back, play even, wait for your summoners.
This is a really good opportunity though for RNG. Both MLXG and Xiaohu only now have been spotted by that vision. The assumption is that Lissandra is nearby, but they have no idea where this Gragas is. For once in this game, MLXG could be proactive and make something work.
Now though, it seems like MLXG is going to be heading back to base. Both teams just very comfortable with farming up against one another for now, waiting for important cooldowns and big back timers to come up first. We haven't seen either team move towards the Infernal Dragon yet either.
He has to stay. So what's happening right now is MLXG has acknowledged that someone's nearby, and they're the ones trying to set this up as best they can so they don't die.
They have cleared up down this bottom lane. There's the cannon barrage. Chadakris the arrow comes as well. They've locked down Mata. He's taking a lot of damage. Steph's going to pick up a kill for himself as EDG find another pick.
Globals everywhere. I think it's safe to say Scout the only one who's not nearby, but it doesn't even matter. Mouse's damage is huge. Deft hits the arrow, and Clearlove just saves onto his CC for as long as he could.
Yeah, finally gets the assist, so Clearlove on the board now with the single assist, and the Destiny is still available, so EDG can look for a 1-2 punch here, whether through invading RNG's jungle or contesting this Infernal.
And there is what EDG decide to do. They start up the Infernal Dragon, looking to take that down as soon as they possibly can. Very firm in control of this early game, EDG, looking very strong to start off this series.
This is a commanding game one early game from EDG thus far. Of course, RNG still having a scaling composition, still having a crowd control heavy team fight essentially based composition. If they start getting picks onto the board for themselves, then they can bring it back.
And the pick looks to be heading top lane. Although I think Mouse knows exactly what's up, getting the cheeky triple barrel.
In fact, RNG sending 5 members all towards the top side of the map. Mouse going to have to be incredibly careful. No cannon barrage to keep him safe.
Twisted Fate, Elise, still nearby. There's always going to be options of counter-attacks for EDG. The question is, do they let him die or let the tower?
Seems like he's able to get away fast enough, so this turret's going to be under siege. EDG not sieging the bottom lane turret, looking to try and get towards the top side of the map. They're looking for a fight. They're going for it. They're looking for the engage. Mata already on the retreat. Uzi has the 90 caliber net his way out of there as well, but it's just going to be a siege between the two teams.
Def still has the arrow, so if RNG overstay their welcome, they're looking at a Ashe ult to the face.
This is literally a 5v5 siege at 13 minutes because of the first brick. Like, they are looking to get that first blood on the turret.
Well, this turret is incredibly low. RNG just to push through to get it. Uzi taking a lockdown. Scout takes down Mata. Xiaohu's into the back lines. Pops the ultimate on himself to keep himself alive. Has to flash out. EDG now moving forward. A big ultimate comes out from MLXG. Allows RNG to take down Mata. But it's going to be the Xiaohu that falls next. It's just a chaotic fight between EDG and RNG.
But in the end, RNG get control of the situation and should have the incoming creep wave to push down this structure and claim the first brick. Uzi coming up huge right now.
No, so the Gangplank has his ulti back available again, and it's entirely diffused now, except
TP.
they're still going for it.
Teleport's coming in. Looper to try and get the flank around Mouse. This turret will fall. Uzi picks it up. Echo now on top of the Pyro. He eats an orange, but he's only K for so long. Has to flash away, trying to go toe-to-toe against the Echo. Tries to kite out of power convergence, but Looper picks it up, takes the ultimate out, flashes away, and now Scout can't quite chase down the Echo.
Big play once again. Looper with the teleport. The turret was already going down from the Caitlyn, and Gangplank, even with the ultimate, does not have enough to defuse it from them as we get to see this one again. And Xiaohu, he thought he had the perfect fight. He actually engaged incredibly well, but nobody dies. EDG super low, only Mako. That's enough for them to effectively win, but it's the health bars that are the real issue here for EDG.
Good follow-up from MLXG on a good cask, as well as, like you said, Xiaohu hitting a really nice ultimate to keep everyone low enough so that Uzi is threatening.
So RNG pick up that first structure advantage, but there's still 2,000 gold behind EDG, who are 5-2 up in terms of kills. Gives us some time to check on the islands that have been picked up by these two teams. Abyssal Scepter was the first rush coming out from Twisted Fate. Lissandra mid lane going for the Hextech Protobelt here, still holding on to that Negatron code to kind of mitigate some of the damage that will be dealt by all the magic damage that comes out from these two teams.
I mean, the big breaking point is going to be that Trinity Force sitting up top in the Gangplank's hands. Both AD carries exactly even, looking for that Stixay build that he popularized at MSI. So looking for more of a siege-oriented build, which makes sense because we shouldn't come to life or death throws over this dragon.
Speaking of Trinity Force, we'll have to kind of check in later to see what Looper picks up on Echo on the top side of the map. We've seen a lot of Echoes pick up the Trinity Force lately. Some still go back towards the Iceborne Gauntlet instead.
And the Sunfire Cape that he's picking up now is generally an indicator of your team struggling. So you're trying to be as tanky and as early game efficient as you possibly can be to continue scaling, but it takes a lot longer to get that Trinity Force afterwards if he so chooses.
We'll have to check in with Looper later and see what he decides to pick up. For now, it is going to be the Ocean Dragon that comes up next. Like you said, Frostgurn, it's not going to be something that we would see these two teams fight super heavily for, but still a dragon nonetheless, something that RNG pride themselves in being able to control effectively, even though EDG have the first dragon of the game. For now, RNG sending a lot of members towards the top side of the map, looking to see if they can hunt down Mouse, whereas EDG sticking to their guns, sending as many people as they can towards the bottom lane.
So RNG are trading their tower for control over that blue side jungle. We said that now that they have the perfect timer on the blue, that RNG are going to contest this every single time. They'll start with the Rift Herald to buy them enough time before it comes up, but they want to fight.
It seems like RNG are going to be able to pick this one up. Nobody from EDG are there yet, but now making the rotation over. There's the Destiny coming out from Twisted Fate. MLSG going to get locked down. Cannon Barrage slowing him down, dealing a lot of damage as well. Tom Kench even moving up towards this lane. Scout, big caught out though. He's being singled out by Looper and MLSG. He's still alive. Gragas lives. Clearlove has to flash over to pick up the kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but EDG stopped RNG from taking down the Rift Herald.
Yeah, very important that Clearlove actually didn't get stunned there by the Echo. And EDG make a play. Scout not having flash means the Scout is going to go down. And good decisions reactively from RNG to ensure that they get the best from a bad situation.
And that's really been the story of RNG so far this game. They've made most of their progress through reactive plays as opposed to being proactive.
Whereas EDG now look to try and siege the mid lane outer turret. This should fall down rather quickly. Deft, Mouse, and Mako getting good damage on towards this. Clearlove even looking for the flank to try and catch out Uzi. And now EDG are 2-1 up in turrets.
Yeah, no teleport used by Xiaohu. Doesn't want to get towards that middle lane, so they sack the turret. And that means EDG have just gone from bottom to mid. They've taken two major objectives around this map and opened the entirety of Summoner's Rift up for themselves to start making big plays around objectives.
And naturally an open map makes those plays so easy because they do have so many global ultimates, particularly Twisted Fate on his Destiny.
Ocean Dragon's going to be coming up in 15 seconds as well. We'll have to see if either team makes their way towards the objective. Rift Herald was previously started by RNG, but it seems like they're not looking towards it anymore.
This comes down to, do EDG think that they're strong enough to win a 5v5? You do have the Infinity Edge completed on death. If so, they'll go to contest the dragon. Again, it's not a high priority dragon. A free objective is a free objective, but the most important thing right now is the possibility of beating RNG in a straight fight. If EDG don't think it's worth their time, they should probably just focus into that top lane and look to pick up the last standing outer.
Yeah, I'm not actually sold on them being able to win a 5v5 just yet, even though they are doing quite well and have big item breakpoints. The thing is, RNG's designed as a team to still win those 5v5s quite heavily. The Aegis as well for MLXG, so rushing defensive stats for his entire team for the purpose of 5v5 team fighting means that RNG are still set up reasonably well.
EDG still have Mouse split pushing on the bottom, on the top side of the map. The rest of RNG were actually congregating around the Ocean Dragon, finally sending Looper back towards the top side of Summoner's Rift to pick up the farm. That Gangplank has pushed in towards his turret.
So what EDG need to do right now is they need to create a pressure point to pull RNG out of the river so they can safely walk in and start clearing out that vision. Hopefully they can catch RNG cheating through their own jungle between these two lanes and then turn that into a pick. But RNG actually looking at possibly going on the offensive right now as Xiaohu's standing in the wings looking for his own pick.
Yeah, he's a one-man army. It is about to... Nope.
Actually locks down Scout there. Throws the claw out to try and run away. Forced to use the ultimate to get to safety here. For now, though, they have a time catch, as well as the Destiny coming out, looking to lock him down. Clearlove's down here, gets the Cocoon down, and Xiaohu gets taken down by EDG.
I have no idea what just happened there from Xiaohu. He tried to go in, and do damage as he took the claw out, but just decided he didn't want to take the claw.
In response, however, RNG are trying to play, again, reactive League of Legends on the map. They have a wave building up into the top lane. They're trying to trade Scout as well as the Dragon for this inner top tower.
But Deft and Mouse are on the top side of the map. Machado Crisar comes out trying to buy them some time. Ace in the hole will deal a bit of chip damage towards the Ashe. This turret now going to get fortification with no minions on the top side of the map. A Scout has already pushed through towards the bottom lane. So RNG get an even trade in terms of turrets. Well, they might not even get an even trade. They don't take down the top lane in a turret.
They didn't have the wave, so the 66 damage reduction does apply to the inner tower, and they're competing against Scout, who has a wave, as well as that Lich Bane. So Twisted Fate coming up trumps there. And this is the thing. Mouse stepped up for EDG over the course of the regular season, but so did Scout.
Yeah, of course, rule of thumb with Twisted Fates, if you see a Lich Bane, it usually means they want to split push, and this does, once again, come back to EDG's strategy entirely. They don't want to actually hit those 5v5s. They will win map trades if they've got Mouse on the gangplank, which is the most important piece of this puzzle to me, to stop them from actually sieging with his ultimate, with his kegs.
But now EDG are 5,000 gold up ahead of RNG just 21 minutes into this match. Already looking incredibly strong and just having such a huge presence on Summoner's Rift so far.
More important, however, is that EDG have now opened up this opportunity to look for a 1-3-1 because Twisted Fate has itemized into split pushing. They have more control over the bottom side of the map because they did manage to push down the inner tower. And as our attention and focus turns towards this Baron, EDG have a lot more windows to play around with that to secure this objective.
Now you can see a heat map on the bottom right hand of your screen for Elise showing where Clearlove has been throughout during this time on Summoner's Rift. Mostly on his side of Rift and a lot of attention towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, surprisingly a lot less red than I expected on the bottom side, but it was the adaptation very early into this game that sets Scout up, that then sets bottom lane up as they want Xiaohu.
Once again, using the time catch as well as the Destiny to try and lock down Alessandro. Arrow comes out from Ashe. Xiaohu forced to use the ultimate on himself, but Scout's just waiting with the gold card, and Def gonna get another pick for EDG.
And he's just delaying the inevitable, but Looper now caught up.
He's in a lot of trouble. Mouse gonna be chasing down the kegs, dealing a lot of damage. There's no ultimate available for this Echo, and a double kill will come out for Deft.
EDG, yeah, starting to look fantastic. Baron? No way.
It'd be super risky because Immelec Shi is still alive, level 11 to level 12, so Clearlove does have the smite advantage, but trying to zone with the barrels.
They're starting it up. Mouse already got some good damage on towards Uzi and Mata with the kegs over the wall. And they're still chipping away this Baron very low. There's the ultimate coming out from Mata. Immelec Shi looking to go in, try and get the steal. Pops the Aegis, trying to get the extra damage. He goes in, doesn't get it. Will be secured by Clearlove, and RNG lose the Baron.
But the confidence to take a 50-50.
Yeah, again, the Baron decision was huge from EDG.
With that, EDG now 8,000 gold in the lead at the moment. With that Baron, going to be able to push through as well and try and take this game to RNG. Trying to take down the first game of this Best of 5 series especially. An important game to be able to take.
Yeah, definitely is, and they've started this one on the right foot. EDG, decent, sizable gold lead, all of the momentum, the draft, the team composition of dreams for the way they want to play against RNG.
And it seems like they've been able to execute that quite fantastically as well so far, Rusty. They were able to, get to the bottom lane, make sure Deft and Mako have a good time down. They use that global pressure to get picks wherever they can, and they took objectives afterwards as well. Now with the Baron, they're just going to be able to destroy structures wherever they can.
Yeah, the sieging from EDG that'll come out. Now, it's difficult to do, once again, because RNG can still engage. They've got a CC-heavy composition. And right now, they're looking to potentially utilize that.
RNG looking to try and move towards the top side of Summoner's Rift. EDG looking to still try and siege the top lane in a turret.
A good opportunity once again, EDG to put a 1-3-1 in. Now they've got that Baron buff, 10 times easier for them.
It does.
So far they're using 4 members from the side of EDG on the top side of Summoner's Rift. Scout still split pushing in the mid lane. They're going to be able to take down the top lane in a turret. Mako and Deft work on this one and are able to successfully take it down. Now the rest of EDG moving towards the mid lane. Looking to try to get the pincer on towards MRG, who takes a lot of damage from those barrels, but they get what they came for and they take down the mid lane in a turret.
Yeah, once again, another turret goes down. EDG still in absolute control, and honestly, it's Xiaohu. He's having a rough game.
He certainly is. I mean, a lot of pressure coming from Clearlove in towards the mid lane start. Now just taking so much damage because EDG already incredibly far ahead here.
Yeah,
and they're just taking down structure after structure, being very clinical. And this is exactly how we expect EDG to clean out games in the LPL when they get ahead.
It's a game one of a best of 5. It's cool, calm, and collected from EDG in particular. So they're able to play it slow, just play to their own strengths.
But eventually, the Baron buff would have to run out here. It's EDG. They've been able to use it rather effectively so far. Took down all the outer structures, all the inner structures are down as well. And they've built themselves up a nice 10,000 gold lead to try and take another team fight against RNG.
Testing. Oh, thank God.
Welcome back, Frostgird.
Oh, that was scary. Not as scary as RNG's prospects at winning this game, however. Being 10k gold down, they're pretty much looking at the Miracle team fight and the Miracle setup as Imlek, she might actually get caught. Deft actually holds on the arrow.
EDG did just all go back to base. They've now set themselves up with big item spikes. They should be able to utilize these item spikes to continue this snowball further, because a lead this big at 26 minutes is the lights out value.
Ninja, not a team that would usually mess around. Very clinical in how they want to execute their late game strategy.
Again, it is a struggle for EDG to break that inhib line, however. Their composition really isn't set up. It's weird to say that it's not set up for sieging because they do have great tower damage, but it's still very dangerous for them to approach a tower.
Yeah.
They can't necessarily threaten with dive. They can pretty much zone you off of a tower by threatening with the cannon barrage as well as the ash arrow. But they're looking for picks and they're looking to make movements around the map as opposed to just pushing down a turret.
Yeah, so the way that they'll actually win a sieging environment is by poking you down, utilizing the Gangplank barrels and what is now a second Ocean Drake that they have. So their sustain is there. They should be able to out-sustain RNG, particularly because there is no sustain on the opposite side of RNG.
So EDG once again trying to take as many objectives as they can away from RNG, kind of suffocate them 28 minutes into this match. And RNG just forced to stay inside of their base and farm up wherever they can.
It just means that when EDG do finally pull the trigger, it's that much more important and it has to be that much more perfect. Because even with the gold deficit, it's still kind of a tricky scenario to manage.
Well, Baron buff is now down as well, so sieging is going to be a lot harder for EDG.
I have a feeling that we're probably just going to see this stall out until the next rotation of Baron, which again gives RNG this chance to sit back and to breathe. We do have another opportunity. Sit back, wave clear, look for the pick and the setup because we know EDG need this Baron to close us out.
Unfortunately, they only have 2 of their 3 lanes, so whilst they are getting an opportunity to breathe, it's still mostly suffocated. Sharing farm between Looper and Xiaohu means that neither of them are getting what they want. Uzi, the recipient of that bottom lane farm, so only the Caitlyn's going to be this big threat, and RNG is saying, we are CC bots now. Uzi is our carry.
We can already see the timer for Baron has started. A minute 30 till that's going to be back up. Smarter takes a bit of damage over the wall from Deft as well as Clearlove. They still have scouts split pushing on the bottom side of the map, trying to use the Destiny to get towards the mid lane if EDG get into a sticky situation. Mouse now on the top side, still looking to continue his split push.
Cute.
Good use of Repel to avoid the ace in the hole coming out from Uzi.
That Ocean Dragon coming in spades here for EDG as well as they continue to stand here, apply pressure, keep RNG locked down, and put as much chip damage as possible before falling back to this Baron. Although with 1 minute to go, they need to start getting in their backs, picking up their pink wards, and taking control of that area.
I guess the question to me is, do they actually want to go for it, or are they looking to siege instead as a primary objective? Finally, they do make the right decision. Should be item spikes across the board again.
So EDG do decide to retreat in towards RNG side of the jungle, head back to base, pick up their next few items. You can already see Deft. He's picked up his Infinity Edge earlier, now has the Runan's Hurricane as well as the Rapid Fire Cannon, so 80% crit chance coming out from this Ashe. Has a Negatron Cloak as well to try and mitigate the damage dealt by not only the front line of RNG, but also the assassination potential coming out from Lissandra. As Sonya's Hourglass and Void Staff being complete by Scout as well, so the carries from the side of EDG incredibly strong to go into this next Baron fight.
Yeah, that Void Staff's actually one of the really big breaking points. So he does a lot of damage now to pretty much everybody on the side of RNG. They had that double Aegis, they've got Spirit Visage, they had magic resistance everywhere. So now they can effectively have that one member be doing damage consistently. Meanwhile, Deft always has been.
And the scary thing for RNG as we look at this next big 5v5 potentially is that even if you get the perfect ultimate of locking down Twisted Fate of blowing up Ashe, you're dealing with 3 different threats, and EDG now threatening.
Yep, they're pulling the trigger, they've engaged, and she has to try and flash out of this one. Mata goes in, Lupa trying to get into the back lines as Destiny's being used by Scout. He's on top of Uzi. Uzi gets deleted by Mouse, and EDG just plow through RNG. Lupa forced to use the ultimate to try and keep himself alive. Xiaohu's dead, LXG's gone down. The only member left alive for RNG is Lupa, and EDG looking to move towards RNG's base.
And that's going to be game number 1 for EDG. I can't imagine it would take a miracle for them to mess this up, but just clinical and suffocating across the board. Mako now just buying Lupa's time.
Well, he's been able to eat up the Echo, trying to keep himself alive and make sure Lupa's stuck down here with him. But EDG, with that team fight, they're able to push through. They take down the Nexus turrets, and game number 1 falls to Edward Gaming.
Fantastic performance from EDG in this game number 1. For minute number 1, they did not look like they were slowing down, and that momentum carried them all the way through to this game number 1 win.
I'm glad that you used the word momentum, because the big high point that I wanted to hit when that Baron came down is the confidence of EDG to pick a 50-50 Baron and to say, I'm going to win this smite here. MLXG got into the pit. He hit it with the cask, he went for the steal, unfortunately didn't come up with it, but like for Clearlove to have that confidence, this is mine no matter what, I think says a lot about EDG going into this series.
It certainly felt like it. EDG had a game plan. We talked about their game plan going into this best of 5 series, and they executed it beautifully in game number 1. It seems like RNG really need to go back into the drawing board and kind of figure out what they're going to be doing in game number 2.
Yeah, this global or semi-global composition, utilizing Tom Kench to get a lease around whenever the Ashe arrow was connecting. Deft, incredible positioning. EDG pretty much just a covered a game 1 victory, and RNG, you're right. They need to reassess their strategy because it seems like EDG have their number. And
that really starts in the draft phase. And kind of the big glaring standout issue to me is that game playing. I don't think Mouse will so easily get his hands on that champion again.
So we can take a look at some of the highlights coming into the game. This was that very early gank coming out from Scout. Level 4, roaming all the way from mid lane to the top lane when Lissandra was going back to base. And we just saw this time and time again. EDG picked on this bottom lane so hard.
Yeah, this was really well done. It just keeps happening. Again, that first blood that Scout gets, the rotation towards top lane, all of that then spills over towards this bottom lane with GP ultimates, with Twisted Fate making appearances constantly. And Deft, honestly, I think he was the sleeper OP player in this game. He did so much work.
Also had a big priority pick like that Ashe as the arrow comes out there on Mata, who's quickly deleted.
EDG, they took this fight off the top side of the map. RNG rotated all 5 members trying to take down this outer turret. But EDG defended it so well and held onto it for so long, picking up pick after pick, and made sure they stayed in this game, made sure they're able to use their global pressure advantage.
But here's the thing. They shouldn't have really had a global pressure advantage. Yes, you're effectively using champions with lower cooldowns on a semi-global presence than a teleport cooldown, but there were plenty of windows like this on your screen where RNG had the TP advantage, but it just wasn't executed well enough. They didn't use their windows when these cooldowns were down effectively.
And something we talked about going into this game as well. MLXG, we talked about how his win condition for RNG, he has to find Clearlove, single him out. If he can't kill him, make sure the bottom lane's safe. He didn't do that in this game, and he was on Greg as a champion that's not very well known for doing that.
Yeah, it's funny. The global composition that EDG had definitely did work. RNG definitely had windows to combat that strategy and try and implement their own. But down to the bare necessities, the essentials of this game is that MLXG finds him. He did not find him, and Clearlove found the victory.
Xiaohu was also found quite a bit as we look back to back-to-back picks on this Lissandra.
And every single one just looks like a highlight reel of Scout teleporting to a lane, popping to Destiny, Timecatch following up, and this was that final team fight, which involves Scout moving into the backlines to the end of it and just obliterating Uzi.
Yeah, fighting in a choke point against the Gangplank is already a big no-no, but the Twisted Fate making big plays with Mouse to assassinate Uzi, a lot of work from EDG across the board.
And with that final play, EDG were able to take down RNG's Nexus and pick up game number 1 of this best of 5 series. So you can see the damage dealt during that game. Deft was absurd. He did so much damage.
But also look at Gangplank's damage. That's what we're talking about. That is absurd. And that's mostly through his ultimate. I mean, Mouse wasn't really participating in those big 5v5s when he was laying down the big barrels outside of zoning on that Baron, but laying down really key cannon barrage.
Yeah, definitely was a great job from Mouse, and I mean across the board from all of these members, is a deserving MVP does go to him.
Yes. Speaking of that, Mouse is able to pick up the MVP for EDG in game number 1. Had some fantastic cannon barrages. It was very crucial, and not only the ganks that they got down into towards the bottom lane, but he also held his own in the top lane against Looper, was able to team fight incredibly well for EDG as well in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, the big thing is that a siege composition was RNG strategy. They were trying to take down turrets, and the Gangplank was just saying no every single time, uses the cannon barrage, uses the kegs, denies one big winning point of RNG strategy, and it felt like they just got ran over past there.
And again, we talked about this before. I mean, the instantaneous adjustment is taking that off of the draft, and I don't expect that we'll see GP for the rest of the series, or at least we shouldn't for how useful that champion is right now in the meta. But still, RNG had windows where they could have made counterplays, where they could have been more than just reactive, they could have been proactive, they had the double teleport, but they just didn't do it. So it's not just a drafting failure, it's also just an execution failure.
Which is interesting to see as well, because a lot of teams, when they play against EDG, and EDG's on the blue side, they decide to ban out the Gangplank. So they've already seen how powerful of a pick it is in for EDG, especially since it's a flex pick as well. We know it can be played in the mid lane, especially when they have Pawn playing on the roster, but it's mostly going towards Mouse, and it seems like one of his most comfortable champions going into any match.
Yeah, also just one of the best meta champions as well that you'll start to see more and more bans of. Nah, the other standout that we just didn't really see on Summoner's Rift, and as the meta and the series progresses, I think we'll start to find more and more top lane focused, whereas right now, it started with that AD carry being hit.
And I think it's really important that we force, or RNG force Mouse to face Looper. Don't give him a champion that can just sit back and accumulate all of this farm and get to those big item spikes. Make him come out from underneath his tower, because we saw again and again, Looper was winning those trades. He can bully Mouse around if you give him the opportunity.
And it really feels like the solo laners were left untouched, because there was so much map pressure coming out from EDG that MSG just had his hands full coming into the game. He couldn't single out Clear Love, he couldn't impact the solo lanes, and he couldn't help out his bottom lane either.
He wasn't having the best game, MLXG, and he tried that one big Baron steal. Could have been the momentum turnaround from RNG, but it was never going to be, unfortunately. EDG too confident.
I actually think the bigger failure, though, is on Xiaohu and Looper, respectively.
Yeah.
They had the initial shove. So Lissandra shoves Twisted Fate in. Echo's going to get the shove in on Gangplank, but they didn't do anything with these pressure points by locking down the enemy champions. Again, they just kind of sat, or they were late to rotations.
Well, with that, EDG were able to pick up game number 1 over against RNG, but it's still a best of 5 series. We're going to go into a very quick break, but we'll be back with game 2 in just a bit.
连可以改变很多事情，多少次站在这个舞台上，我一直只有一个目标，那就是冠军。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We just saw game number 1 between EDG and RNG, with EDG picking up a victory, and Mouse got an MVP performance on his gameplay. But you know, we had a different echo going on back here at the desk during that last game. I think you copped a bit of that for us, Gary?
Yeah, definitely headset MVP, but we've got the problem fixed, and we're moving full steam ahead.
Pretty much. So hopefully we won't get any more technical difficulties on our desk here and on the players' computers as well, as we saw a little bit of pause in that first match, but hopefully everything's resolved now as we go into the second game very shortly. It's going to be EDG taking on RNG in game number 2. Sides have been swapped. EDG were able to execute on their strategy fantastically in that first match, and RNG just kind of fell flat on their face in the game number 1.
Yeah, it really didn't feel like RNG had any kind of forward-moving strategy. I would like to once again highlight that Xiaohu was the underperformer in that middle lane on Lissandra. He had one job. We already came into this series and said the mid laner's purpose is to not get caught, to complement the rest of your team. But he was always the one getting caught, always the one dying. He does need to shore up that problem and start to work it out now in this second game.
And he can't be on a champion as influential as Lissandra and get caught out that many times in a side lane, especially against a composition like EDG's, which is so potent in that pick. So there was a lot of fast and heavy pings across the early game from RNG. We expect that. Mata's their shot caller. They ping a lot, but there's some definite miscommunication for game number 1.
And we saw EDG use that global team composition quite fantastically, to be honest, in the first match to execute on their win condition, was to get into the bottom lane, make sure Def gets snowballing nice and early, and they use those globals to get pick after pick before taking down objectives. RNG, though, we talked about how, you know, we expect MLXG to be the huge pressure point, find Clue Love, make sure his solo lane's doing well, stop Clue from getting those ganks to the bottom lane. It feels like he just didn't have that impact in the first match.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that RNG in game 1 just didn't really show up to play to what we expect from them. Realistically, they made one big move at 12 to 13 minutes. It got traded, if not matched, by EDG, and then they kind of just bowed out as EDG went bottom, got a turret, went mid, got a turret. They just won the entire map from a single move that RNG made that was not successful.
Again, I still don't think that's MLXG's fault, though. I mean, we saw on ClearLove's heat graph during the game that he had pretty much spent all of his time between his lanes, but more importantly, within his own jungle. He never once was invading or playing aggressively on MLXG, whereas we repeatedly saw MLXG walking into that blue buff area, contesting, setting down triangle vision, but he just didn't have the solar laners to help him pull that play through. Xiaohu getting caught out all the time, and Looper not using his teleport as effectively as it should have been.
And I think realistically, they should just lane for longer. Like, they've got laners that want to do well. Xiaohu's a good player. He can match Scout as long as Scout isn't rotating, so perhaps the Twisted Fate is looked at, that they can get it off the board, play a wave clearer in mid lane, or at least match him with your teleports that weren't used. The same thing applies for top lane. It's safe to say that Looper is better. It was even said by Mouse that Looper is better than him, but he's just going to beat him. Well, it seems to be working out.
The only concern that I have is for the bottom lane in Mata and Uzi, because they were just needed to survive. And we think about Uzi as being like this all-star laning AD carry. That's the reputation that he has. But frankly, they've been outperformed again by Deft and Mako. And yes, Deft and Mako did do that with ClearLove, but in the initial gank bottom, ClearLove didn't even get an assist. It was Mouse really coming down, but there was follow-up. But Uzi and Mata, they need to expect that. They knew that they were on the bottom side of that. Back up and just play safely. All you need to do is get Uzi to that big 5v5 stage.
I worry that won't happen. I worry that it's never going to happen. It's the two biggest bottom lanes in the LPL. They've got a lot to prove against each other in a 2v2. Would not surprise me if instead of doing that, they actually just go harder.
You know, during that time, every time we saw the gank going towards the bottom lane from EDG, RNG had their teleports up and ready, but it was just teleports sent down to try and deter EDG from getting into the bottom lane. So no proactive plays coming out from RNG, and every time they tried to be reactive towards EDG, they got nothing out of it.
And that's the key word there, is proactive versus reactive. That was EDG had the driver's wheel, and they never let go of it once. And again, I have to go back to that Baron play, because you just have to think you're in a final, to know that the jungler is on the other side, to know that he's going to come over the wall, and he has such a great mechanism for securing those smites with the cask into the smite, and for Clearlove to say it doesn't matter, I know I'm going to beat him. When EDG faced Team WE in the semifinals, Clearlove said in an interview afterwards that CA and Condi were the better jungle mid duo. It really shook EDG to the core. They had come into the playoffs very confidently, struggled against Team WE in the semis, and really got rocked there. So to see that immediate shift up, great.
Now though, we're going to be moving into this next match, which is going to be RNG taking on EDG, game number 2. Hopefully be able to see things change up for RNG in this second match, because that was a very one-sided victory from EDG, but we also kind of expected this from the results we saw during cross-conference, where it was a 2-1 victory for EDG, but every single game, whether it was EDG picking up a win or RNG, it was a one-sided affair.
Definitely was. So coming into this second game, perhaps RNG does get it back together and find a one-sided game in their own way, but it just seems to be the way it's going. That's the trend.
Right off the bat, RNG, their first ban heading into game number 2 is going to be that Twist of Fate. They do not want Scout to pick that one up again. Karma's going to be banned out once more from EDG.
And again, we gave Rapid Star, the drafting coach for EDG, a bit of shade last game. You know, the last time EDG and RNG faced in a best-of-5, he really dropped the ball. They were beaten on draft multiple times, but frankly, it was RNG that really struggled last time. They got a great draft and they failed to execute. I like the adjustments that they're already making, taking away the Twisted Fate, taking away that Gangplank.
Yeah, Gangplank, another solo lane ban coming out from RNG. A lot of respect towards Mouse and Scout, the 2 new players for the EDG lineup, as Vitamin is going to be banned out once more from EDG.
Everyone gets one, right?
Yeah, I know, right? The next important pick that I really want RNG to focus on is the Ashe. They hovered it last time in second rotation, but didn't pull the trigger on it, immediately giving it to Def's hands. I want to see Uzi get his hands on that champion.
Yeah, see, that's my biggest concern coming into this second game's drafting phase, is how they actually picked their champions in their rotations. Twisted Fate was surprisingly early rotated, but it worked to an extent that it's now warranting a ban, so that's fair. They can do that again. RNG did not go for anything early. They went for the last pick, Caitlyn.
On top of that, only one AD carry ban coming out throughout this entire draft phase. Siva's going to be the final ban that comes out from EDG, and immediately Talia's going to be locked in for RNG.
But that's the really important thing. Before we even go down into Talia, which is a massive priority pick, I want to point out, like you said, it's only one AD carry. So Ashe is left up as well as the Jhin. Now, Jhin in the LPL never really fell out of favor. He was very popular before he ever got big on the global stage, and he's used in a very similar way as a pseudo Ashe. His ultimate being used as more so the utility of the slow as opposed to the execution damage. So the fact that EDG have opened up their options, if we don't get Ashe, we can go towards that Jhin.
Also just a better Caitlyn when it comes to sieging, like, to the meta, and it would make a lot more sense if RNG locked that one in with the composition they're now putting.
Well, we saw Rek'Sai banned out last match against RNG, immediately picked up here by Clearlove on the red side of Summoner's Rift. Mouse is going to go ahead and pick up Echo and show Lupa how it's done on the top lane.
Now, Clearlove didn't have any of the global presence on the map. He was forced into that Elise pickup, but it didn't matter because he got a piggyback with Tahm Kench. This time around, his signature champion for most of the splits, Rek'Sai has that semi-global presence if she sets up her neural network of tunnels appropriately. And what's really cool about Clearlove on Rek'Sai is, I say this all the time, the true successor to Wei Xiao wasn't an AD carry, it was Clearlove. What Wei Xiao was very famous for was how he would trim and create the 6th man on the map, that slow push with waves. Watch Clearlove in side lanes when he has global presence on a Rek'Sai. He'll get his Tiamat, he'll turn it into a Hydra, and he'll sit there and he'll push waves and create pressure points for his team.
Well, we're still waiting to see what the next 2 lock-ins are going to be for RNG. MLG was hovering over the Heck Room. We already saw how he was talking about how he's the bigger Heck Room than Clearlove, and he's still holding on to that Ghost of Smite, so it's still a possibility later on, but they do lock in Nah as the top lane pick for Lupa, and they take the Tahm Kench away from Mako.
Yeah, I'd mentioned this at the end of the last game. Nah is one of the champions we're expecting to see much more of as the series progresses. Of course, the Game 1 cheese is out of the way, and the Tahm Kench respect taken away from EDG.
We haven't seen a lot of Mata on Tahm Kench. Mata more so known for his Alistar as well as his Braum in the LPL. So very curious how it's going to happen. It does fit right in that wheelhouse of, you know, the RNG win condition. The bot lane just needs to survive, so Mata can very quickly reposition Uzi, pull him back into safety, as well as help shot call with his TP ability.
I like the concept of the shot caller having Tahm Kench just so you can eat people that are out of position. If you want to disengage, you're like, nope, we're going back. Or if you're going in, it's nope, we're going in.
It makes plenty of sense that Mata will be picking up that champion, as Uzi's going to go ahead and lock in Jhin. So it's Jhin and Tahm Kench in the bottom lane, but on the flip side, it's your favorite lane, Frostco, and it's the mustache lane of Ashe and Braum for Deft and Mako.
And if Mata is known for his Braum. Mako specializes in this champion. There's actually a bit of a joke going around that Clearlove made the statement that Mako said no one can be bad at Braum, and Clearlove said Mata. And Mako goes, that's just because he misses his cues.
Followed by a highlight of Mata missing every single cue possible in a match. As this time around, MSG is going to be picking up the Elise, so going to be taking that into the jungle against Clearlove.
One other thing, you already mentioned this, Clearlove has the propensity to sit in side lanes and start to push it with Tiamats. It also unlocks the middle laner to play something like the Cassiopeia, the Syndra, the Zed, the Assassin that can actually kill you because he doesn't have to split push.
And reminder, Scout, former sub and backup to Faker on SKT, he was very well known for his Zed in Korea. He did get to play that in the Kespa Cup when he got his debut. So this is not a champion that he's unfamiliar with. This is kind of a signature pick, although he has not played with it in the LPL.
He has not. This has normally been a pick that Pawn will be picking up. Even Twisted Fate, a champion that we know see Pawn pick up for EDG, who's not playing due to his back injuries, but Scout, he's been a fantastic player for EDG throughout this entire summer split.
And that's the brilliance. Again, everyone looks at Mouse and says, this guy has stepped up huge for the team, you know, taking the place of Korra, the former captain of EDG, but it's really been Scout and how versatile he's been. He came in with the reputation of being an assassin player, immediately went to the wave control picks, filled more of that unstoppable 2014 role for EDG. Now taking the Zed in the grand finals, as well as having an incredible performance on Twisted Fate in Game 1. Scout is really shining, while Xiaohu is taking a step back.
We're going to see how he's going to be able to use this Zed in the mid lane here. EDG, a very different team composition going into this match. Not as much global pressure as they had in game number 1, but still a fair amount with the Ashe as well as the Rek'Sai. RNG as well, changing things up. They've got the Talia pick that we said will be very heavily contested coming into this best of 5 series.
Yeah, absolutely right. So the Talia is picked up, but Scout seems to have an answer. This is a second draft phase that's gone quite peculiar in the way of EDG with a very unique strategy.
The strategy always has been that if you have a roaming mid laner to take either the Syndra, the Cassiopeia, or in this case that Zed, saying that you're going to be able to push me in, but I'm going to walk you underneath your own tower with the kill threat.
This time round as well, LMSG is going to be picking up the Elise. We saw last game picking up the Gragas, going into the Elise, was not able to catch up Clearlove, find him in his own jungle and make sure he can't have that impact that we saw him have in game number 1. So hopefully with the Elise this time round, could be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, you expect to see some more aggression. RNG once again going a rotation-heavy team fight composition. Their opposition EDG still a little bit creative. The Ashe for the pick, the Braum to round that out, and Scout to assassinate. Still the same flavors, the same styles in this second.
They have all the tools, but now it's up to their solo laners to see if they can actually execute on this time for RNG.
Let's see if they can. We saw EDG solo laner step up huge in that first match, and just like game number 1, it's going to be an Infernal Dragon that spawns first here in game number 2, a specialty of the LPL playoffs, it seems.
Yeah, deja vu of game number 1 all over again.
So quickly touching back on these compositions. Again, they're very similar to what we saw in Game 1. I think a key difference, though, for EDG, though, is where they have their semi-global presence. So again, it's not in the hands of Scout anymore, it's in the hands of Clearlove, and how that'll change, impact the map and the pressure that they apply. Still, though, they have a strong possibility of running a 1-3-1, especially if Scout and Mouse are able to get ahead on these picks.
Now though, Scout and Xiaohu just having a little bit of a dance battle in the mid lane. Scout, you know, a little bit unfair there, brings his shadow to the party. 2v1, not fun.
Now they have a ward here, EDG, on the enemy Krugs. They might still make a move for this. Whether it's a steal or a fight, we're about to find out.
Seems like they're moving for
level
it.
1.
Deft and Mako looking to try and wrap around Mata and Uzi. Already went with the Krugs. Death speed tag, he gets exhausted. So does Deft though. As Uzi now trying to run away. Does take the small Krug for himself.
Big
now
crit,
Deft
actually.
taking a lot of damage. Has to be careful. Mata might be able to eat him up. He's trying to run away and kite out of this one. Here comes Sal. This is a sloppy fight between the two. They both flash away. Mako's being eaten up. Uzi reloads. Mako has to flash away. Uzi decides not to flash forward. And summoner spells burnt from everyone here as only Uzi retains his flash.
Rusty said it best. These bot laners will never take a step back. They are always going to take a step forward. These two want to prove we are the best bot lane in the LPL. The only remaining flash is on Uzi.
That was insane. They really wanted to give it to each other there. EDG had the way in, but Def had to flash out and kind of just abandoned Mako to his own devices. The crit from Uzi That's a big determining factor.
The fact that we went through 2 rotations of all 4 of Jin's bullets was pretty massive in that trade.
So now Uzi retains his flash. We'll have to see if he can use it effectively, but here comes Clearlove into the mid lane. Xiao flashes away. Clearlove's right on top of him. Scout's gonna get exhausted, puts the Ignite down. The seismic shove knocks Scout forward. He picks up first blood. And suddenly, MLXG's here as well. Mako's gonna throw the winner's fight. He picks up the kill. 2 kills for EDG.
Scumbag Mako walks away with the double buff. Not necessarily best case scenario, but hey, guys, I wanted the assist.
In a bottom lane with no summoner spells, you got to take it for what it's worth this time around. Yes, Mako might have stolen that kill, but he was actually looking to try and ensure that Clearlove stayed alive because he was 1 hit off dying.
And that's also back-to-back games where Clearlove's first gank has been in the mid lane. Again, EDG have a very clear formula. It makes them very telegraphed, and Clearlove is mixing that up on the final stage.
Clearlove making full use of the fact that Talia shoves out very early there as well, getting around the back, forcing the flash. And when she again being reactive, it this time around pays for it with his life as well. And already very early on, Scout gets a kill for himself on the Zed, has the null magic mantle, picked up 2 long swords as well. Eventually this might become a tough lane for Xiaohu.
Yeah, definitely could be. The most unfortunate thing was that Xiaohu knocked them towards him to get the last blow instead of knocking them away. Things might have been different for RNG there.
Bit of a power play for RNG. MLXG trying to take away this blue buff.
Is able to get the smite away from Clearlove. Successfully sneaks in towards the blue buff around the vision.
So communication has been weak between RNG's solo laners and their jungler, but it still is looking very strong between them and their bot lane. Mata and Uzi pressuring the way forward, keeping Deft and Mako locked in, and opening enough space for MLXG to get some sort of counterplay when it's all said and done.
To move back down towards that bottom lane. It seems like Jin's going back to base rather early here, picked up 2 long swords for himself. Deft and Mako fairly even in CS. Still deciding whether they're going to go back to base. They're actually waiting inside the brush, trying to see if they can catch someone out.
Well, they would like to hang around a bit longer to get to that BF sword. They do have the possibility, though, because it is Ashe and Jin to look for the long swords.
It's a possibility. The thing is, getting that early recall in and having an extra couple of long swords means generally your lane pressure will now increase and you should push EDG out of the lane. They're just holding on in a risky position because let's say MLXG shows up to the party.
Seems like RNG just trying to hold this wave as much as possible. The bottom side of Summoner's Rift is Clearlove looking to find MLXG, spots the spider out, forces him out of his jungle.
Very different heat map already for Clearlove between Game 1 and Game 2, spending a lot of time on MLXG's side of the jungle as now that they know where Clearlove is, bot lanes again go back to skirmishing and slugging it out.
Yeah, Mata and Uzi trying to make the most out of their early buy, still freezing away against Deft and Mako, making it hard to farm. Making sure that Uzi can freeze wherever he possibly can.
It's done now for EDG. They do have to go back. No mana available for Deft, no summoner spells. You don't want to get caught out and just die.
Scary thing is going to be the experience advantage for Scout. He will beat Talia to level 6, which means that kill threat is just more looming.
Let's
there
see it now.
Is.
And already you can see, normally Talia's shoving out very early on, trying to get the wave underneath their opponent's turret. This time around, Xiaohu is farming underneath his own turret. A Scout is relentless in pressure after picking up first blood.
Clearlove has all the options in the world. He's looking now bottom because Uzi and Uzi and Mata are far forward. But with so much advantage in the mid lane, he can invade MLXG at any corner he wants.
Deft and Mako yet to go back to base, decided to cancel that one out, so a huge CS lead at the moment for Uzi. Approaching 20 CS over Deft.
Yeah, and it's just incredibly weak right now from the side of EDG. They will go back to base and potentially have an item advantage when they go back.
He's so greedy for that BF sword.
Exactly. Not only that, you can see MLXG posturing near this side of the map, recognizing that why would they stay? Probably because Clearlove's here.
And we've seen a lot of AD carries in the LPL kind of fall back to an Infinity Edge rush versus the Essence Reaver. We'll keep tabs on Deft to see if he goes that route, but I can't really imagine trying to hang on so long in this lane for that BF sword power spike if you weren't going to immediately itemize into the battle stat of the crit versus the CDR of the Essence Reaver.
Well, we saw last game Deft on his Ashe decided to go for an Infinity Edge. We'll have to check in later and see if things change for game number 2. So move back towards the mid lane. A small CS lead at the moment for Scout as Clearlove still going to try and take blue buff away from Xiaohu.
Yeah, he's had vision there for quite a while, even uses his ultimate to get to it. That's absurd.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Xiaohu The double shuriken comes out with the Thunderlord's proc from Zed, immediately chunks him down to half health, forcing him to go back to base.
Which is empowering this confidence for Clearlove to continue to amass more farm over MLXG. 23 to 37, that's massive, even before you take in the 2 assists that Clearlove's toting.
He's just taking camp after camp away from LSG, who is yet to hit level 6. Cluelove now level 7, 2
He's
levels
so far
up
behind
over this Elise, and not a strong start once again for RNG.
And I feel like that has to come back to the solo lanes. RNG, Xiaohu, and Looper really being exposed and splintered and bleeding into the jungle.
It's interesting how this is panning out as well. The only reason Looper is having a, I'm not going to say bad time, he's still doing well in this top lane.
Got a CS lead.
The only reason that he's not outright winning is because he has to rotate because MLXG is being invaded. And I think this just comes back once again to Xiaohu, who's just not having the best start to his series.
Well, so far we've yet to see either top laner use their teleport across the map, just using it to get back into the lanes for now. Smarter actually taking a bit of damage from Deft and Maker here. MLXG is waiting in the wings.
But the longer nothing happens, the stronger EDG get. We do have both junglers posturing on the bottom side of the map, but right now, EDG are just naturally and organically winning pretty much every lane.
And both teleports
other than top.
Both teleports are coming back up shortly for the top lane as they go aggressive.
Wow.
Mata gonna get eaten up by Mako here. As there goes Clearlove, gets to jump onto Mata, pops the grey health, Def dealing a lot of damage, picks up the first kill in this skirmish. Now they've tagged Uzi. The ultimate comes out from Ash. They flash forward. Double kill for Def. They trade one back by taking out Mako, but the instant with the Spider has to come back down eventually. Mouse will use his ultimate to get back to safety as Looper completes his teleport, trying to get back down to the bottom lane. They even have the mid laners joining this fight as well. Xiaohu and Scout are both down here, but the damage has already been done. EDG take down RNG's bottom lane.
Yeah, Looper being mega might be enough to actually deter them. Mid lane is still rotating at the same time is actually just credit to Scout because he's there, whereas the Weaver's Wall is available for Xiaohu. And now being very coy in his movements, but this all just comes back to EDG playing around their bottom lane incredibly well. Mako's death was not in vain. He did that team fight so well.
And again, some miscommunication between Mata and MLXG. Didn't look like they were on the same page trying to set up that gank. They thought it was going to be a 4v4 because both teleports came in, but RNG fall down once again.
Has Def missed an arrow like this series?
Not yet.
I don't think one has missed.
Well, when you're throwing them at point blank range.
Doesn't matter.
And this is a champion we expected Uzi to be picking up quite frequently in the series as well. Deft has played a lot of Ashe, but it is known to be one of Uzi's stronger champions.
Hold on though, Xiaohu now looking towards top. Does have his Weaver's Wall available.
Yeah, also working around pink ward vision, so if he did go in, no one would know. However, it can be assumed, given that Scout is at the enemy turret, saying that he's not here.
And again, the more that Xiaohu suffers, the more it actually impacts RNG's vision as a whole. He's the second primary warder for the team, so the longer that he spends dead means that the less vision and information they're able to place on the map.
So Infernal Dragon still being left untouched by the two teams. Clearlove still has MLXG's jungle in mind as he moves down towards the red side of the Spider's jungle, looking to try and take as many camps away as possible. He's over 25 CS up ahead of this Elise.
The shoe's on the other foot in this series at the moment. Clearlove has been finding MLXG consistently, stopping him from being sporadic with his gank paths and preventing any unique and different plays at all.
As he's also started up this Infernal Dragon. Pings coming out from both teams towards the pit.
They went into overdrive and stopping him from getting that.
This was a mistake. So many pings. Mata, calm down.
Sanji still pushing on the bottom side of the map in towards EDG's turret, but it seems like Deft and Mako very happy with just freezing the lane where it is at.
It's just a really tense moment. Deft has his arrow back up and available. They have the advantage in the mid lane.
There's a Dakota call though, so they have Mata and MLXG down on the bottom side of the map. He gets eaten up. And MLXG has to repel. Mako's still alive. The tongue lash will take him down. But look at Def going aggressive forward. He has backup though because both Clearlove and Scout are now down into the bottom lane. Uzi might have to try and keep themselves fighting. The Weaver's Wall is just not quite long enough. Uzi gonna get hit by the Def bar, taking a lot of damage. Def already picks up one kill. He's going for another. Scout gets the double kill in the bottom lane. And EDG get 4 picks, only trading Mako.
Disaster for RNG. They effectively just ran headfirst into a brick wall and threw away 2 more lives. EDG now have complete control of the bottom lane, 3-0 and 2 on Deft. He is massive and can itemize whatever direction he wants. Eye-Edge, Essence Reaver, the world is his.
And absolute confidence from Deft in particular is the difference there. Mako keeps dying, but he is the sacrificial lamb to find EDG's team fight victories. Only 2 kills for RNG, both Mako, and every single time he goes down, Deft gets the better end of the deal.
EDG as a whole have been playing fantastic in this series so far. Already, they're about 4,500 gold up ahead of RNG just 13 minutes into this game. Picked up another first dragon, Infernal Dragon, with an Ocean Dragon spawning next. 2 to 8 in terms of kills. They look unstoppable.
And you know, there was a lot of question marks coming into game 2. When you look at the semifinals from both RNG and EDG, they're eerily similar. Hold on, let's take a look at that replay.
And once again, keep your eyes peeled on Deft, because the way that he positions and plays this one is incredible. Knows from this point, somehow, that he is aware MLXG is in a position to die. He's got his team rotating, and it's the scout show past this point, because Deft and Mako have paid their dues.
Meanwhile, in the live game, there's another skirmish happening over red.
Yeah, you can already see on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, EDG finding more, EDG finding more members of RNG, getting another 2 picks while that replay was going on.
And Clearlove's now joined the party, picking up 2 kills for his own. And again, if you go back to the semi-finals for WE versus EDG and RNG versus IMA, it was pretty much a roller coaster that both mirrored. Game 1, RNG and EDG both smashed. And then the middle of the series is this wash of just absolute struggle streak.
That's now looking for another fight. Def gonna get a lot of damage on towards Mata. Exhaust has been used on the Uzi. Will get eaten up by the Tom Kench, trying to run back to safety. They pin down Mata. They get the first kill.
Here.
And then looking for Uzi. There's Clearlove. The Rek'Sai getting the flank. Scouts down here as well. That's a dead Uzi, and Clearlove picks up the kill.
But what are Mata and Uzi thinking being that far forward?
I'm more impressed that Scout is always here. He's the assassin playing against the rotational mid laner, yet every single time EDG are making a play on the bottom lane, it may be reactive to the moves from RNG, but it's always successful.
And the communication, the fact that Scout's able to be right place, right time every single time. This guy, you know, stepping in for Pawn, hasn't played with this roster lineup very long. This is a single split of experience.
But he has been playing fantastically for EDG so far. Not only in this series, throughout the entire summer split, when he was playing as Cedar Pawn, who had those back injuries, looked phenomenal. Even going into the playoffs, Scout, you know, had a disappointing performance, but still a strong carry for the side of EDG.
I just love how he's pretty much reinventing himself right now. In terms of his LPL career, again, in Korea, he was always known as being this assassin player. He was the, you know, the protege behind Faker. But to see him finally take the Zed pick in such a high-pressure situation, I mean, obviously Game 2, Game 1, you smashed, you're up, so you can take that gamble and roll that dice, but taking the Twisted Fate, being a key playmaker there, and then pulling out the Zed, hats off to Scout.
And I hate to say it, Xiaohu is a great player. He's had a great split.
He's having an awful
series. He is having a horrendous split, as now they're going on RNG again.
Yeah, EDG looking to get the gank on towards the bottom lane. Uzi and Mata in trouble. This is deja vu for the entire series, as Mata's going to be first to fall. Uzi falls shortly after. This time around, it's Def that picks up the double kill.
We're watching reruns of a TV series over and over, apparently. RNG are still now trying to trade. Finally, they get towards the top side and get a turret, perhaps. EDG one step ahead, though. It will be first turret blood.
Yeah, and in response, like you said, EDG needs to make sure that they answer the structure. So the only saving grace are the table scraps for first brick there, but falling farther and farther behind.
But still, this is just deja vu to game number 1. We talked about this before this series even started. EDG, they want to single out Uzi and Mata. They want Clearlove to get into that bottom lane, and they've just been getting gank after gank into that bottom lane. Mata, he's 1-4. Uzi's 0-4.
They're about to go topside as well. It's not just bottom lane that's about to be hemorrhaging. There goes Scout.
Yeah, one lane now affecting the rest. EDG definitely needs to be a little bit careful.
The wall will come up from Mako, keep the AD carry alive. He sidesteps that seismic shot, but here's the top lane. They're looking to try and get the gank towards MLG as well as Looper. There's the death mark being popped. Clearlove's left to deal with the spider. Looper now in trouble as the assassin gets a lot of damage down. It's just not quite enough. It's Tom Kench makes his way up. Xiao and Mata moved up towards top side of the map. Clearlove stands his ground. He wants to go for the fight.
Big.
It's 3-on-2, but he doesn't care. Does get exhausted. Flash shot to Looper. Stand behind Brom, says Mako, as he comes to save the day. And EDG get 2 picks at the top lane.
I mean, is Mata getting paid for his free delivery service that he's providing to EDG?
That was a lot of work from Clear Love, though. Scout already showing that he's just a fantastic Zed player. It goes without saying, what we're seeing right now is a mechanical display of brilliance from EDG everywhere.
It's also an organized and synergy display of brilliance. Like the communication so on point for EDG, not just in their macro movements about how they're moving around on the map, but in their target selection and priority. The fact that they're making the calls, Deft is setting up that kill bottom. You know, oh, you got M like she, you can tag him. Deft, I'm leaving you this kill. In top lane now, Scout, do you have this? No, Clear Love, fall back, pick this up, I'm on Gnar. It's just so beautifully juggled and organized.
It's given EDG a 7,000 gold lead in game number 2, just 18 minutes in. And like you said, Rusty, that's going to make it 8 as they take down the mid lane outer turret.
And question has been answered if this was going to be another mirror from the semifinals. And it's no. This looks like right now it's back-to-back stomps for EDG.
But still feels like a very similar story from what we saw during cross-conference. Every match that RNG and EDG have played during the summer split have just been one-sided victories. Game 2 looks to continue that trend.
The dangerous thing is we came into the first game of this series. All right, they won pretty heavy-handed. It was a good win from EDG. Come into the second game and adjusted. They banned everyone out. And MLXG,
they're still looking to fight here, Rusty. This time around, the Weaver's Wall is going to be coming out from Xiaohu. Good damage comes out from Scout. EDG decide not to pull the trigger.
Well, they're not trapped in there with them. RNG are trapped in there with EDG. Wisely back off.
As EDG use this time to start up the Ocean Dragon, that will be taken down with ease, and RNG do not even contest for this elemental trait.
And again, coming into the second game, I have to reiterate, they banned everything that worked against them in game number 1, RNG. Yet, the exact same thing has happened twice in a row.
Because the issues weren't necessarily the champions, it was the execution. And again, Xiaohu and Looper being unable to perform. And also Mata and Uzi, you have to look and criticize them a bit, constantly being so far forward against Deft and Mako when they already have such a far lead.
Clear Love, look at this, still steal away this blue buff, does get picked up by Xiaohu. Suddenly MLXG's on top of the spider, but on the top side of the map, hello, Looper just gets picked off by Deft and Mako.
Nothing Looper can do. He is a little bit too deep, to be perfectly honest with you, but EDG with absolute control.
And here's that 1-3-1. Anytime Zed is on a composition, this opens up, especially when he's 5-0-3. It's a free structure as well as a free kill across map. RNG are hemorrhaging.
I feel like, okay, suddenly there's a time gauge to the bottom lane, looking to try and get the gank on towards Scout. Xiaohu gonna try and take this guy down. There goes the ultimate coming out, he's gonna be able to get away. Dodges all the bullets coming out from Jin except for the final crit shot. He's still trying to go toe-to-toe against Mata. The time catch will spin him out. Xiaohu should be able to pick up the kill. Forces a flash though, coming out from the time catch.
He had 2 ways to play that as EDG are now trading the Baron throughout this. He could have ran or he could have fought. He chose to fight, and this is why.
Well, they've got 4 men on this Baron. She's just behind the pit, looking to go for that smite steal. Reminiscence of game number 1. There's the first arrow miss coming out from Dev. Let's see if he goes into repel. Comes Cell, trying to get into the pit. Has to flash on. He gets it! MLXG, Mana Southquad steals the Baron away from EDG, and suddenly there's a Mega Gnar in the back of the pit. They take down 3 members of EDG, and they get the Baron buff.
Game number 1, Clear Love was confident enough that he could pull that off. Game number 2, he was wrong. This is a huge wave for RNG.
Uzi flashes over the wall. RNG showing that there are no pushovers as they fight back at the Baron pit.
And they can delete this structure. Massive swing of power for RNG. They're right back in this.
We were waiting. There was a big goal deficit. EDG were absolutely in control. But RNG have a massive team fight composition. And this is the difference between game 1 and 2 is the Baron is actually just outright taken. Mako swaps positions, big accident, saves his own skin, and RNG bring that goal back.
And off the back of a fantastic play from Scout, EDG just say RNG, go long and chuck it downfield.
And what was moving towards a 10,000 gold lead for EDG is now shrunk. They're now 4,000 gold lead, still have that gold advantage, but for the next 2 minutes or so, RNG have a Baron buff to work with to try and take down more structures against EDG.
I will say easier said than done. For what it's worth, EDG still have map control. The Baron will help them get map control. They could get closer to turrets. But I'd say ideally it's just Looper that takes one down if he can deal with Scout.
And we talked about, you know, kind of how these compositions really need to siege. Xiaohu also needs to perform well using that Weaver's Wall and blocking people off from these structures. Again, Jin is decent at taking down towers through his massive crit damage, but he's still really reliant on that slow auto attack set.
Sanji look to congregate down towards the bottom side of the map as 5 still pushing for these structures. EDG still have Mouse, but pushing on the top side of the map. This structure's going to fall nice and easy.
Big wave.
For RNG.
Yeah, it's Mouse trying to trade now. Scout's not in the right lane to actually split push, means he wants to be here to help defend. Zed does have wave clear.
Here comes Echo, so
Echo
TP being burned.
is going to be teleporting in. Lupa's going to be turning into Minina. You kind of teleport back, or forward in time a little bit.
I feel like I can see the future. It didn't look like this.
Well, they didn't get the turret.
Yet. Turret's now at half health. EDG sending multiple members back to base. Now it's going to try and come down. There's the Curtical coming out from Uzi just to try and create some distance for RNG as they look to continue sieging in. That turret incredibly low, but there's the engage. EDG go in. MLG has to repel to avoid damage. Big size, big shove. Going to be coming out from the Talia. They're still chasing them down. Mouse forces the ultimate to get away. Blinking health bars on EDG. Xiao who takes down Mouse. That's 2 kills for RNG.
They're
the Winner's Wall catches them off. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place as Uzi gets the crit shot on towards Mako. That's 3 members of EDG down.
And just from the claws of defeat, essentially, RNG are now bringing themselves within 3,000 gold. Another team fight victory. This is incredible.
And welcome to the series, Xiao Hu. His Talia play, at least in these last 2 team fights, has been spot on. Not only catching them with the Weaver's Wall, but brilliantly kiting back and layering the damage. The excellent thing about Talia is she's one of the few champions that does damage as she kites backwards, which means that when Krylov goes to be aggressive, thinking he's a god like that, she can punish him.
I do hope we get a replay, but one of the craziest things that actually happened in that was Scout didn't even get to press his ulti, but during that time, when he couldn't press R, he got Gnar ulted and exhausted. So RNG are on the ball.
It took them a while to get back into this game, Rusty, but game number 2, once that Baron got sold away by MLXG, RNG put pedals to the metal as they turn on the heat against EDG, and now still gold leaders in EDG's hands. They still have room to work with, but RNG, they're not out anymore.
It's really now about resetting mentality. Like you said, they are within touching distance. An Infernal Drake will be spawning in 27 seconds.
Yeah, it'll be the second one that EDG picks up if they're able to get in here, but RNG have absolute control. Scout's not having the same impact that he did in the early game. He's also unable to split push as effectively as he would like. As Clearlove's in trouble.
They've caught him out. Lupa still mini-nars. Clearlove will take his tunnel back to safety now. Gonna go back to base here. Probably use his ultimate to get in towards this Dragon Pit.
If they contest it, Uzi should be setting up his traps and those choke points.
It appears they want to.
There goes Clearlove around the backside of this pit. Mouse moving in aggressively. There's the Curtical coming out from Jin. Ash
right
arrow
on Jin.
lands right on top of him. Marta has to eat up him, and EDG just chased him down. Lupa is Mega, gets a Mega Gnar on towards Mouse and Mako. Scout going to the back lines, gets exhausted. Back onto Uzi, trying to take him down. Can't get quite that last tick of damage, but Mouse, he's stealing work. Uzi's gonna fall, and EDG, they're fighting back once again. Xiao Hu tries to kite away, has to flash out. Marta eats up the rack side, but Def still chases them down. Will sidestep the seismic shove. Mouse going huge in the backlines, gets the triple kill. He's looking for the quadra kill. Xiao Hu's gonna fall, and Mouse comes out massive for EDG as they get the ace against RNG.
And they've got the wave behind them, immediately pinging to break that inhibitor line. Yes, Xiao Hu is finally performing, but it doesn't matter because Scout is doing so much work in these back lines.
And if they just did it 10 minutes earlier, they wouldn't have an 8-1 Ashe to contend with. This team fight was just so simple to execute on if you're Deft. The Jin ultimate doesn't have to be dodged because the arrow connected, so he gets the better of the ult trade. And this is definitely the Mouse show, but look at Deft. He's just barely touched. He's able to kill Lupa and just work around the map so easily.
And meanwhile, Scout in the back line is absorbing so much attention from both Xiao Hu and Uzi, eventually helping take that Jin down and allowing Def to just, walk in the park, eat through RNG's front line.
Yeah, Zed was buying a lot of time for them. Didn't get the kills, but did enough damage. And again, very effective play. Xiao Hu has shown up, but it could be a too little too late scenario as EDG finally get that momentum back.
Well, once again, RNG look to try and take down this Infernal Dragon. This time around, they should be able to take it as no members from EDG are near that pit. They all head back to base to pick up their items. The next Dragon to spawn is going to be another Infernal Dragon, so a big fighting objective for these two teams. But EDG have now secured themselves a 6,000 gold lead.
They do sack it. It's unfortunate for EDG. They have to give away the Infernal Drake, but the number one priority is the Baron buff that's up in 18 seconds. And so Clearlove steals and sets up a blue to get vision alongside it.
Yep, they've got better position here, as well as the Hawk shot spotting out RNG in the mid lane. With the arrow back off of cooldown, it now comes down to who's going to get picked off from RNG.
Well, they have scouts split pushing on the top side of Summoner's Rift. For RNG, it's Looper that's pushing out the waves on the bottom side. He does have his teleport available. Have to see if he can juggle his Mega Gnar effectively as we go in towards this next Baron fight, if EDG decide to take it.
You have to look towards Mouse. Is he going to go match the bottom lane and push it out? Because teleports are available, meaning that Scout would then be on the top side of the map, and that's a really delicate place to sit. Means that this Zed will not be split pushing. He will be involved in these skirmishes and in these fights.
Vision becoming that much more important, especially as we play around Fog of War. Again, Scout, he's going to be in the skirmishes. He needs to make sure he can get to that back line.
There's the Weaver's Wall, though, as well as the Jhin ultimate coming out. Ash Arrow going to land once again. Deft has been a sniper to the sniper so far. Scout looking to try and get into the back lines, going toe-to-toe against MLG to start things off. Forces the Shadow to get back to safety. Uzi has been jumped on. Looper trying to peel, but so far it's Mouse that gets the first kill in this fight. Uzi's still left untouched, but so is Deft. They're both going to get an exhaust, so EDG are collapsing. RNG incredibly low on health. They're running for the hills. They're chasing down the carries, but EDG find 2 picks against RNG and ping towards the Baron.
That was a delicate fight for EDG to play out. There was 2 flanks from RNG, and they were pressuring them throughout, but they make it work. They get the collapse, and they take out enough members of RNG to look towards this. However,
there's a teleport coming in. Looper's going in, can't get it. It's this time the smite will secure the Baron. As Looper still has to fight his way out of this pit. Deft and Mouse kiting back away. It's a 3-on-5, but low health bars for EDG means they just take the Baron buff and get the heck out of there.
Everyone's fine. We all backed away. Looper, you gonna get cheeky? No, he's fine.
wondering where his friends are as they all just ran away from him in different directions. EDG running the scatter comp. Get the Baron, get that gold lead again. Should get a big item spike. And this is actually just Mouse popping off.
It's also big because Looper did use his TP to try to get revenge and peel off some of those Barons, which means that through the duration of the Baron buff, Looper will not be able to play cross-map.
Mouse has even picked up a Magi Soul Stealer here. I mean, he picked up MVP in game no. 1. Now he's being a little bit rude with that pick.
I mean, when you've got 10 stacks on a Dark Seal, you just happen to have 1,000 gold in your inventory.
Echo's already a difficult champion.
Not to.
Echo's already a difficult champion to kill, Rusty. He's got his ultimate. Now he's got a Guardian Angel as well. That Magi Soul Stealer going to be heavily protected by this Echo.
He's actually trying to figure out what he wants for his last item. Probably should be that Randuin's.
Would make sense to be picked up against Jhin. Does have the guaranteed crit on his 4th shot.
Thank you, Fish.
But EDG are now 8,000 gold in the lead against RNG. Back to kind of where they started, so to speak, before MLG got the Baron steal. So they look strong trying to come back into the game, but EDG once again just trying to close the front door as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, momentum-wise, they actually have the Baron this time, EDG, so you'd expect map control to be theirs. And if they have that map control, you'll watch them go to this bottom lane. The inhibitor is theirs for the taking with no turret. If this fight is successful, they'd rotate mid, then top.
Well, the inhibitor turret was taken down previously, so EDG just waltz in towards RNG's base, take down the inhibitor for themselves, nice and easy. Still have the Baron buff to work with, and it seems like they're moving towards the mid lane to take down the mid lane inner turret and work towards the mid lane inhibitor turret next.
They need to be very respectful here, RNG, because that Ash Arrow is still up.
The reason I say go mid then top as well is the minion wave has been set up from Mouse earlier. It's a big stack.
Parallel Convergence coming in from Mouse. We're going to try and get the flank on towards MLG Xiao. Use the Protobell to get back to safety. Mako does get Seismic shoved onto the uneven ground, taking a bit of damage, but EDG's just shrug it off and then move exactly to where you expected them to, Rusty, towards the top side map to take down the top lane inner turret.
And again, the tension builds. I feel like EDG are just waiting for RNG to step one toe out of line.
Top lane in the turret's going to fall. EDG have now secured themselves a 10,000 gold advantage against RNG. 32 minutes into this game. Parallel Convergence threatening the dive again. There is the Weaver's Wall coming out. Deft and Mako locked down in a choke point. Luca's about to turn Mega, but will he get popped first? Does get the ultimate off, but gets taken down next. Seismic Shove does a lot of damage on towards Deft. It's a critical, does get blocked by Mouse. EDG can't quite pop Luca, but still chunked down the front line of RNG, but will have to retreat and can't quite siege the top lane inhibitor turret.
That's pretty much best case scenario for RNG right there. The fact that they locked out both Clear Love as well as Scout, and were still unable to pick up any kills. I mean, their inhib tower as well as the top inhib survive, so I guess that's putting in the good column, but...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, walking into a Braum and an Echo is asking to be killed as well, so whilst they actually got 2 people out of the equation, they weren't entirely out, but they were out enough that they could at least get some damage down, deter the turrets from falling. Doesn't mean they'll be able to win the fights outright in situations like that.
Well, next big objective coming up is going to be another Infernal Dragon that's up in less than 10 seconds, and already EDG on top of it. Have multiple members on top of this pit, ready to take it down.
And should this game go longer, this also means that the next dragon will be that Elder Drake. Very important to both teams because we will be augmenting an Infernal on either side.
Especially with 2 Infernals being picked up by EDG. We'll want to get all the combat stats that the Elder Drake gets, especially with 3 Dragons picked up, 2 of those being Infernal. And Zlupa now being delegated the split push duty to try and deal with the super minions that are pushing in towards the bottom lane after the inhibitor was taken down on RNG's side of the map.
It's a dangerous game here from RNG. They have to play with absolute perfection, otherwise the game is just outright over.
Which pretty much means all eyes really on Looper and Uzi. Looper needs to make sure that he excels with that Gnar ultimate and keeps Uzi alive to get multiple rotations through his crit.
No Baron buff available for EDG means these minions are fairly weak as they push in towards the base. Easy for RNG to try and clear this one out, but it seems like they found an opening, get some good damage on towards the turret. That's deep from Scout. We're looking to go to the backlines. Mata is going to be able to eat up Uzi, but still takes a lot of damage from the assassin. The turret falls. Big Mega Gnar comes out from RNG, but Def, he's just left untouched. He's chunking through the front line. As Scout tries to go to the back lines, but Lupus the first to fall. EDG playing these team fights clinically so far.
And EDG's backline threat is just too great, especially for Jin, who wants to stand still for his ultimate. Now, it didn't even matter that last team fight, but he's competing against both Echo and Zed. What is Uzi supposed to do?
Well, that's all the inhibitors being taken down. EDG marching on towards the Nexus. RNG have to put up their last stand. Mouse taking up the turret. Both Nexus turrets are going to fall shortly. Guardian Angel does get popped by the Echo. They're on top of Mata. He's going to fall.
RNG are holding on almost.
Emma shoots to the next target though. A Scout going to the back lines. The Nexus is going to get destroyed. And EDG are at match point against RNG.
And you look at this game, and I really don't know where RNG are meant to take it because the weak links of EDG were hard carries in this second game.
You expect that RNG in times of pressure that they would look towards Uzi and Mata, but it seems like the curse is prevailing. Uzi just cannot win an LPL title. He does have the chance for a reverse sweep here, but he's going to have to go the distance, and he needs to stop dying 2v2 in lane.
And it seems like EDG are just executing that strategy flawlessly so far. Going towards the bottom side map, I think 15 minutes into the game, they made sure that RNG's bottom lane was 0-8 collectively. And they've just been relentless in their pressure on the bottom side of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, again, it doesn't matter if your strategy is telegraphed. If you do it well enough, there is no counterplay available.
But there's also some slight adaptations to it. We said, you know, the fact that the global presence was on Clearlove this time around as opposed to Scout and how that would adjust the map. Clearlove now back-to-back, his priority and First Bloods have been into that mid lane, which is unexpected. So it's Scout stepping up and it's Clearlove adjusting to meet that.
Well, here's a couple of highlights of that last match. Starts off with First Blood, and it was actually a double kill that came out for EDG as they take down not only the mid laner, but they find the Incy-Wincy Spider of MLXG, and they get a kill towards Mako as well.
The most unfortunate thing is how that actually happened, and it was a complete accident, which then sets EDG up for success.
And it is just highlight after highlight in the bottom lane of this match as RNG just get picked on time and time again by multiple members of EDG.
And we have to really talk about Def's arrows as well, as I'm sure you're going to see quite a few highlights of them through this round. This guy, American Sniper so far, I don't think he's missed a single one. He's threading the needle, he's hitting high priority targets. I think he hit Jin out of his ultimate twice, forcing Xiaohu into early hourglasses because he's connecting with them.
You know, so far, Uzi's picked up Caitlyn, he's picked up Jin, the 2 snipers in the Legends. Doesn't matter, Def just does it better with a bow and arrow at the moment, the way he's been using these Enchanted Crystal arrows. And once, like we said, it's just highlight after highlight in the bottom lane.
Yeah, again, we can only really praise EDG for their performance so far in games number 1 and 2, but there was a hiccup. There was a sign of potential weakness and exploitation, and it's pretty simple. RNG did something proactively.
Yep.
And we almost saw that in game number 1 as well, and it's going to come up shortly, but still, there's going to be Scout picking up members of the top side map. This is where you mentioned Frosco, and EDG had great communication coming into this fight.
Yeah, the target selection to tell Clearlove that he can go deep enough, that they're on their way, that they're able to get there in time. Scout to make the return play, but here we go. Here's the highlight where RNG finally got their foot back in the door.
And it's very similar to what we saw in game number 1. LSG looking for the Baron steal. Didn't get it in game 1, got it in game 2. It almost put RNG back into the game.
Yeah, a team composition designed to fight as a group. They needed to use Xiaohu before he got outscaled by the Zed as well, being Natalia. Again, that snipe from Def was pretty incredible. A solid start from EDG.
And that's not the only team fight where we see him use his Ashe ultimate to kind of single out Jin while he's in the curtain call. But Scout as well, picking up the Zed in this match. Every team fight, he played it phenomenally to make sure that Uzi had such a tough time to position and making sure Mata had to save him over and over and over again.
Target selection is a big issue between RNG and EDG right now. I mean, frankly, you look at Mata and he just kind of looks like a mess throughout these team fights. We said that Kench wasn't necessarily in his wheelhouse. He's much more comfortable on the Braum and the Alistar, and that's where I expect Mata to make the adjustments. I think going into Game 3, we're going to see the Mata Alistar.
We take a look at the MVP for that match. It's going to go over towards the king of the jungle himself. Clearlove picks up an MVP performance, and rightfully so. He had such a huge presence on that game.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Clearlove, very much deserving. They moved the global presence around in game number 2, so it wasn't the mid laner running the Twisted Fate, it was actually the Rek'Sai that had to work around the map, be that global presence. Clearlove did it, he did it incredibly well, and a well-deserved MVP.
I mean, he effectively showed why teams almost permaban Rek'Sai away from EDG every single time, particularly on that blue side, but you can never let Clearlove get his hands on that champion.
And something that you mentioned during the game, Frosco, and really stands out, we came into this one talking about how MLXG has to find Clearlove and shut down the tremendous pressure he can give to EDG's bottom lane. It just seems like it's the opposite so far in this series. It's been Clearlove has been finding MLXG in his jungle and giving him such a hard time.
And I'm going to sound like a broken record, and I can already see the rest. He's like, okay, I know where this is going. It goes back to the solo lanes. It goes back to Xiaohu. It goes back to Looper. Whether that's matchup, whether that's a miscommunication, or just plain failing to execute, the solo laners are letting MLXG down, and where they're losing pressure, it's bleeding into his jungle, and he's struggling because of it.
Really feels like that's the case so far. Currently, EDG, they're 2-0 up in this best-of-5 series, and just like we saw during cross-conference of the Summer Split group stages of the LPL, it's been one-sided affairs, bar a couple of hiccups in that last game. What can we expect next? Because we kind of wanted RNG to change things up going into this game. They changed a couple of things. They completely changed their bans coming into this match. It just seems like it didn't work.
It's not bans, it's strategy. So what they actually need to change is be aggressive, be the one going forward. You can see that Uzi and Mata want to do it, but the rest of the map's struggling. So look, if it's that difficult for Xiaohu to have a great time, just put him on Victor. You can't go wrong.
Well, with that, EDG are now at match point and looking to try and complete their perfect run of the Summer Split of the LPL. We can find out if they can do it as we come back from a break in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL, we just witnessed a game number 2 victory for EDG to put them at match point at the grand finals of the summer split of the LPL. We're going into game 3, guys, and I think the number one question we need to ask is what's going on with RNG, because it seems like they've been on the back foot for the entire series.
I mean, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Frankly, underperformance from their solo laners, Xiaohu in particular, although he did step up on the back half of that series with Talia, but otherwise not what we expect to see after his great MSI showing.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that's too little too late. If you show up in mid-game, you're already down 7,000 gold. You've given way too many opportunities to your opponent to bring it back, and they did find a convincing victory. What do RNG change? It's funny because it's a simple thing. You draft the same way you're drafting if that's how you want to play the game out. You just play it better. You have to execute on these strategies. If you want to be proactive, you want to move forwards, actually do it. Don't just sit there and watch them come at you the entire time. If you have to trade, do the trade. Just because you need to play that strategy.
And it really seems like something that RNG have been struggling with so far.
And what I want them to go back to, like, if you're going to change any champions, I want to see Mata be prioritized and get a champion that he's incredibly comfortable on. I said it before, I'll say it again, I want Mata on Alistar. He's a big playmaker for the team, he's the primary shot caller. You can see their mini-map going nuts when he's pinging all over the place, and he just looks uncomfortable on Tahm Kench. I get the mentality behind it, you know, the shot caller, you give him that global presence, you can make sure they can pull Uzi back, keep him safe in lane, but it's not working, and I know it'll work on Ali.
Yeah. Whereas we take a look at EDG's side of the map so far, we've said that they're going to be executing with one strategy, which is going to be trying to focus towards the bottom lane of RNG and try and get ganks down there, try and get Klilov in there to make sure Deft and Maker can get the ball rolling, and they've been executing that flawlessly so far. Seems like games 1 and 2, it's just been a highlight reel of multiple members of EDG getting into that bottom lane.
It's been a really different but the same strategy from EDG. The way that they're doing it, how they're getting there is entirely different, but they're always getting there. It's still predictable, so yes, MLXG can still find ways around it, but it's twice now that they've looked towards that middle lane, they've tried different strategies. I think it's thrown a spanner in the works for MLXG in the way that his pathing probably does need to be adjusted.
And it's also, you know, Scout throwing that gauntlet and saying, I'm going to play the 1v1 champion here, I'm going to kill you. So I would also like to see Xiaohu kind of pull back from his Shurima roots, if you will. Again, he was a very well-known Azereth and Azir player. Obviously, those champions have fallen out of the meta, so it makes sense. He's sticking with the meta, but still sticking with that identity of being kind of the control mage. I kind of want to see him take it to Scout. That if Scout's going to get an assassin pick like that, or play something very aggressive and forward, to look towards the Syndra or the Cassiopeia.
It goes two ways. Like, he could go to kill him, or he could play the safer version of the wave clear. He tried the Talia. It's not exactly safe, but it does have a lot of wave clear. You can go back to Victor. The champion's not that bad. Like, yes, there are better options. You can play Malzahar, Vladimir. You can play the Talia if you really want to wave clear. But I think just play the safe champion Victor. If he goes Zed, run Exhaust, and just hold on.
Even the solo lanes have been rather interesting between these two teams as well, because we kind of said, you know, Mouse and Scout, you have to survive your lanes. Looper and Xiao, who'll be looking to try and get the pressure in with MLXG. But Mouse and Scout have stepped up phenomenally, especially in this game. I mean, we've already given them a lot of praise for how well they've done in the summer split so far for EDG, but in this series so far, they've been walking highlight reels.
Yeah. Mouse in particular as well, especially in that last game on Echo. And again, you know, Uzi is the big superstar on this roster as you look across it, which says something because you have so much talent packed into RNG's roster. But what is an AD carry supposed to do when Echo and Zed are running around?
Pretty much, and you know, they played those team fights fantastically for EDG as well, both Mouse and Scout really stepping up. But again, it really comes back to what we've been talking about, the win conditions for these two teams. It's the junglers and the bottom lane where it's been really heavily focused, and we're starting to sound like a broken record, but it's really been a complete flip around. It's been Klilov finding MLXG time and time again, something we expected MLXG to be able to do well and be able to aid to RNG in shutting down EDG's strategy, and they haven't been able to do it at all.
It's meant to be a very simple strategy, right, MLXG? If Klilov finds him or if he finds Klilov, that's actually still a good thing for RNG because it means Klilov's not ganking bottom. The problem that we're having is still that the solo lanes don't have control, and so Looper has to collapse onto Klilov and help him, opposed to just winning his lane. What we want to see from the solo laners of RNG is to win their lane, not just have a CS advantage, actually translate that into kill threat and draw people to you, or utilize yourself down in these other lanes where EDG are going, but that's where it's missing.
And we'll have to see what's going to change up in game number 3, because we're about to go into picks and bans for game 3 of this best of 5 series, the grand finals between EDG and RNG for the summer split of the LPL. But some things don't change, and it's EDG's first ban. The karma's going to be taken away right off the bat.
I do like the response, though, from RNG. They refused to let Clearlove get his hands on Rek'Sai again. I don't think he should have gotten it on red side, but for sure not on blue side. He's very telegraphed. He takes blue buff, immediately runs to his red, grabs a small camp in between there, and immediately ganks bottom.
And again, we see the Vladimir Bear come out from EDG, so potential for them to not change their bans at all so far. Last time around it was the Sivir as their final man, and once again they do not want Uzi to pick up that champion. Gangplank's going to be the second man that comes out from RNG, as Talia's going to hit the bench as well, which does leave Lissandra up and available.
This would be the first time that EDG have priority picked their mid lane throughout the series, though.
It was banned in game number 2 and RNG first picked the Talia, so there's a lot of presence and appreciation being given to Scout by Xiaohu.
So Lissandra is picked up first. Champion that RNG, I have been using quite frequently for Xiaohu in the mid lane.
And this is the other adaptation that I really wanted to see from RNG. I think Deft definitively showed why Ashe is the superior champion, at least in the LPL when it comes between Jhin and Ashe, being able to snipe Jhin in that backline, deny his ultimate with her own. And so I want to see Uzi get his hands on these champions. So I like Fly, the coach for RNG's priority here.
Since we know both Deft and Uzi play Ashe, we've seen them play it multiple times in the summits with the LPL. But when we think of these two teams, we think that Uzi would be the one that wants to pick it up more. You look at Deft and be like, yep, Kog'Maw's going to come out, you know, maybe a Twitch pick in between there. But so far, it's just been landing in the hands of Deft so far.
And it's not Alistar, but it is Braum.
So they're going to pick up your favorite lane, Frostkern. The Mustache lane will be picked up for RNG, already making a big change coming into this third game.
Now we're talking. RNG want to win lane. Give them the Ashe and the Braum. It doesn't actually matter what EDG play into it. They can have the Alistar Kalista if they want to go something deep like that. It doesn't outright win the lane though, because what RNG now have is at the bare minimum of net neutral 2v2.
And don't be mistaken, he did say Alistar Kalista. We've seen EDG play it relatively late into their LPL season, when we were, designing all of the champions that these two AD carries could possibly pick. We had to write down the Kalista Alistar pocket pick, although with Kench being picked up, it should pretty much deny that Kalista.
Pretty much. And it's going to be echoed against Locked In as well for Mouse. He's going to have a repeat performance on the champion. Has been seen in 100% of the games so far and has been picked up very heavily in the playoffs of the LPL.
And the thing is EDG are still hiding a lot about what their composition does right now. They still kind of have that basic standard, 6.15 semi-global presence where you're running the double teleport. You have Lissandra for the wave control. You have the Echo for the wave control and lane control. But they haven't really revealed their hand. Do they have some pick-oriented fights here? Are they going more AoE?
I think Clearlove just wants to see who he's playing against.
Yep.
He might actually just find out here as Xiao, who's going to be locking the Elise for MLXG. So despite to be taken into the jungle for RNG, and Xiao actually going to be able to pick up Malzahar heading into this game.
Again, 6.15. Malzahar has been tuned down quite a bit, particularly on the window for his passive, so there are much larger counterplay windows. He's not as immobile as he used to be.
As that's an instant lock-in of Varus coming out for Deft.
That's AD carry Varus.
And Graves is going to be picked up for Clearlove in the jungle.
I mean, fair enough. If that's your goal, is to poke them out. It does outrange an Ashe. It can win lane. You've got a Tahm Kench to save you. It's kind of like Jhin, which is what I was expecting. That's unusual, though.
They may not have Name any longer on the bench, but still going back to the old Varus pick.
Now we'll have to see what RNG going to be picking up as their final pick. Should be a top lane unless they decide to flex the Malzahar into the top lane. They did pick up the Gnar in the last match, and Lupo did have a few fantastic Gnar ultimates, but his team just fell too far behind, wasn't able to have that impact that he wanted to, and it is going to be the Gnar that gets locked in for Lupo on the top side of the map.
So far across EDG's composition, you have a lot of superficial tankiness, in that you have the Grey Health from Tahm Kench, the Frozen Tomb from Lissandra, as well as the Chrono Break from Echo, but they don't necessarily have a true tank line as they did in the last game by having Clearlove on that Rek'Sai, this time taking that Grave, so like Rusty said, wanting to go for that dueling potential between the Elise.
Yeah, the way I see this is EDG want to get ahead early, otherwise their tanks aren't actually tanks at all. It comes down to how much work Lupa, Xiaohu, or Uzi can get done. Even MLXG, if he gets ahead on the Elise, will do a lot of damage.
We kind of talked about this earlier, guys. EDG, recently they've been choking when it really counts. Haven't been able to make it to the grand finals. They really want to be the first seed from China heading into Worlds. RNG have been able to step up and hit hard where it counts. And now it's really do or die. It's down to the third game here. EDG are 2-0 up. They're looking for the 3-0 victory, whereas RNG, they have to start the reverse sweep here.
I mean, people throw around the phrase statement game a lot, but EDG are making a statement about their series. The last 3 attempts at the LPL title, they have failed to take it home. They went for the perfect record in the 2015 summer run, and they can chase perfection and reclaim their throne if they take down RNG here. A 3-0 is massive.
Not only would it give them a perfect grand finals, but also add to the perfect summer split that they've had in the 2016 LPL regular season, and also give them the first place seed heading into the World Championship later on this year. RNG definitely looking to fight back though.
One more win for EDG off split perfection.
We look across compositions though. So you've got the AoE poke, a lot of siege potential from EDG. RNG on the other side have so much individual lockdown and pick potential.
Well, let's see if RNG can use that lockdown and pick potential to come back into this series, because we are on to Summoner's Rift for game number 3 between EDG and RNG for the grand finals of the LPL.
Once again, to reiterate the fact, we are standard lanes, and it's going to be a Varus that we're seeing in these standard lanes. Has a lot of damage, doesn't hit minions before he hits you. Can work out reasonably successfully. But we'll have to see how it actually pans out, because even teamfight utility is available for Deft. He's giving crowd control similar to that of the Ashe in a teamfight at close quarters.
What's really interesting to me is that the one advantage that Ashe really has over kind of the other big AD carries, Sivir being the primary pickup as the most played champion on 6.15 in that AD carry position, is that Ashe has the difference where she can chip away and she can poke at you when you're underneath the tower. Sivir can chip away at you as you're coming up to CS, but she pretty much just shoves the wave into you and then she backs off into safety. Varus is similar to Ashe in that sense, where once he gets you underneath the tower, he's going to take really large chunks and pot shots at you. And we know that EDG like to dive, and they're set up beautifully to do so on this composition.
For what it's worth, it is very lane control based though from Deft and Mako. If you want to have Deft be successful on this Varus, he needs to win the lane. As this is clever from EDG, they replace the ward.
So they will be able to spot out Uzi and Mata moving in towards this Grom camp.
Take the small and run.
Not going to get the same fight that we saw in the first game that was initiated by Deft and Mako.
But still showing that these 2v2 bot lanes are never going to take a step back. They want to kill each other. They are bloodthirsty. So far, Mako and Deft have gotten the better end of the deal pretty much every single time, but Mata and Uzi have so many more tools this time around to fight back.
And they've started this game off nice and strong here, already getting some good poke down on towards Deft and Mako. As we check in with the mid lane, Scout going up against Xiaohu. Malzahar was a pick that leading into playoffs was very popular. Has been nerfed a couple of times, but still does see some play here and there.
Again, it's the cooldown windows, an opportunity to CC lock him between his passive, so he's a bit more fragile and brittle in this lane.
This is pretty crazy to say, but at 2 minutes and 30, I already feel like RNG are back to play in game number 3. It just feels better.
Yep, already feels like a very different RNG squad. Is this actually the first game that we're not going to see an Infernal Dragon spawn first? This time around it's going to be a Mountain Dragon that takes the Summoner's Rift. Down on the bottom side of the map, Uzi and Mata were able to hit level 2 first, so Deft and
hasn't
Mako
hit a Q. Just wanted to highlight that.
Also, we do have Imlekshi creeping in on Clearlove's jungle. In fact, Clearlove...
That's the wrong way. Mata might not be hitting your Qs, but you definitely have to, buddy.
Clearlove knows he's there.
He knows.
Oh, Clearlove going to be able to spot him out. There goes the double wards being placed down. Oh, she finds him, gets some good damage down. There's another Q being missed by Clearlove there, but this is exactly what we expected out of MLG this entire series.
And much easier to execute on because Xiaohu has control of the wave over Scout, so he had the mid lane rotation advantage.
Yeah, puts Looper on an island. Uzi has complete control as well. And so this 2v2 spills over into the jungle. MLXG is able to focus the bottom side of the map where Clearlove is to make sure that all of that jungle is his.
You can already see Uzi and Mata being as aggressive as possible towards Deft and Mako. No huge CS discrepancies between the AD carries, but still a lot of pressure coming out from RNG's bottom lane as MLG looks to take down his own blue buff. Clearlove immediately moves in towards his jungle and takes away as many small camps as he can find, but you can only find one of those, it's the Krugs.
It doesn't get better here for Clearlove, and once again it doesn't get better for Deft because he's going to go back and get a tier. And he's against the BF Sword champion in Ashe. and he's got a Tom Kench with him. So if he had the Braum, perhaps the Varus would have more merit to it. But I really just don't see this, and I will challenge it.
Comes down to RNG now having all of the opportunity and the tools to play proactively on the map, because EDG are waiting for big break points as well as trying to get back in control of this game. It feels like this is the first time this entire series that RNG have had their hand on the driver's wheel.
Things are still fairly even between EDG and RNG. Nothing too fancy has taken place so far. As again, we move straight back towards the bottom lane.
It seems quiet, but this is a big deal. The fact that Mata and Uzi, I mean, trying to think of the polite way to say this, just big stick. Swinging around the big stick.
You lost me.
It's not going good, too good for them so far. Mata and Uzi still relentless in pressure, making sure that Deft to make over a difficult time farming in this bottom lane, forcing Deft to use mana every time he wants to get CS that's out of his range. So you do check in with the top side of the map for the first time in this match. Very even between Looper and Mouse to start things off. Both using their teleport nice and early to get back into their lanes.
Which is good for Mouse. Of course, doing well in this lane, going even is still a win. As the signature MLXG build is now coming out. He has an advantage and he wants to push it.
Yeah, goes straight for his mobility boots. Opts not to upgrade his jungle item at all.
Here's what I was talking about with Ashe. She's one of the few champions that when she does get you locked underneath the tower, she can do quite a bit of damage with volley.
Still, Deft holding on fairly well. Only about 3 CS behind Uzi. That should increase slowly. Sam actually finds Clearlove again. And even though he's not going to be able to get anything out of this besides taking down a ward, still spots him out. Doing exactly what we've expected MXG to do so far. In fact, going to go toe-to-toe against him, get some good damage down towards the Graves, and protects his pink ward as well. Slowly, members of EDG and RNG are collapsing towards the red side of the jungle, but no fights taking place between either team.
So do have to show respect because Scout is level 6 on his Lissandra, Xiaohu only level 5, means that a 2v2, even though MLXG is putting in work on Clearlove, would not be ideal.
And there is that major discrepancy that you were talking about as well. The tier has been picked up by Deft. We do see the BSO being picked up by Uzi.
Yeah, gets that free big damage spike, whereas the Varus is somewhat a level-reliant champion. Will still have a lot of damage, but it's not the same to those relative auto attacks. Not only that, Braum can block a lot of the damage, so this is a really good start here for RNG, and it comes down to MLXG doing well against Clearlove.
And then it also means that Clearlove's opportunity to gank is pretty much eliminated on the bottom side of the map unless he knows exactly where MLXG is. Which is why I was setting up to see if they're going to clear that pink ward, which is why he was setting up for the mid or the top lane, because that's where he only has the kill pressure. He's effectively waiting on Scout to lock someone up in Frozen Tomb and then use the burst damage from Graves to 100 to 0 them.
Still a very different pace of game from what we see in games number 1 and 2. This time around, Clearlove, he is behind in CS against MLXG, 10 CS down against RNG's jungler. We'll be able to donate this blue on over towards Scout, which is spotted out by the hook shot that comes out from Uzi.
Unfortunately, Xiaohu can't actually rotate and have any kind of threat, even if MLXG could have, because he did not have the mana pool.
It does mean that Uzi and Mata continue to be aggressive bottom, though.
There's the arrow coming out from Uzi, trying to lock down Mako. Uses the grey health to keep himself alive. Deft taking no damage during the engage, but still, RNG chunk out EDG support.
Yeah, it's a great trade, and it can continue to happen. Mako's completely zoned away from these minions. Deft, unfortunately, not going to have as much farm as he would like, especially as this crashes to the turret. You can see the help me pings as they are on struggle street.
And we saw earlier, Deft was able to hold on nicely to start things off, but now that he has the tier 2 the BF4 discrepancy, that CS lead is slowly edging in towards Uzi's favor.
And we're just putting Uzi back where he's most comfortable. Again, this guy made his reputation and his career on this identity that he will contest you for every single CS.
He's also arguably the best Ashe in the LPL, and we just saw Deft win twice with it.
It's already a lot more comfortable from RNG and just naturally giving themselves a 700 gold lead. It's not much to start things off, but the lead will slowly increase if they can continue to put up the pressure they have been so far.
We also mentioned that it's important that EDG get ahead early because they don't have a tank in their team composition, especially with Mouse going towards the Sheen build. If he wants to commit to tankiness, it may well be an Iceborne Gauntlet. But at this stage, they're just relying on their damage and they're starting the fights to actually get ahead from it.
Now, MLXG is the one to try and make his presence felt in the bottom lane, clears out a couple of pink wards.
It's not just MLXG, it's also Xiao who quickly shoving up the lane, and every opportunity he gets, he's ducking down into Fog of War, which is why that pink ward placement that Scout is clearing out is so important.
He's going to have to be careful. Klilov is waiting in the wings, but they've already been able to silence the Lissandra, getting so much damage down. MLXG, though, gets burst here by the Graves. Suddenly, there's a Tahm Kench coming into the lane as well. EDG rotating faster in this match. Mata, really low, goes down to death for first blood. They chase down Xiao to get the double kill. Looper will pull one back for his team. He's now flashing towards EDG's side of the jungle, trying to run away. Has no summoners, has no teleport. Should be able to successfully get out, but Mako is hunting down this Nah, spots him out, but it's still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of EDG, and they're looking to try and take down the first turret as well.
And RNG's intentions were so clear there. As Looper, are you going to be able to make it out here?
He's trying to run away. Def finds him, slows him down, gets some good damage, hops on top of him, forces Mako to keep him alive. And a good play coming out from Looper to get himself to safety, but still, first blood and first turret falls for EDG.
The 1-2 punch, again, RNG's intentions were so clear, and they hung around for so long that it allowed EDG to get in position and to make the better reactive play.
The strengths of Lissandra coming through there as well. Even through the Malzahar ultimate, through all of the Elise burst, still has a Negatron cloak and still gets the ultimate off. And this mobility boost build from MLXG is just fragile.
EDG looking to try and save this bottom lane in the turret. Power convergence coming down from Echo, who's rotated down. MLXG is waiting in the wings to see if he can stop the gank coming out. So, RNG do want to trade turret for turret, but EDG are not giving it up without a fight.
But they're trying to brute force this when they don't really have the position. They keep giving EDG so much information as they're moving around on the map, and EDG are just responding beautifully to cut them off at every turn or corner.
RNG able to find Mouse and Klilov. They lock down the Graves, but Scout putting a lot of damage down. Klilov is going to be the first to fall. Mata picks up the kill, but MLXG's on the wrong side of the map. Arrow's not going to connect. He's trying to run away. Def's going to join the fight. Locks down Mata. Scout picks up a kill and gets the double as he takes down RNG support.
EDG are just collapsing so incredibly well. Mako wants to try, but he probably won't get anything here. And RNG still going forward, still using Xiaohu more effectively, and MLXG following it up. This feels like a more refined RNG, but you're just comparing the two right now, and EDG are spades ahead.
Showing that EDG not only can play excellently proactively, but even better when they are reactive and responding to RNG.
Exactly that. And if you're an RNG at the moment, you have to think, what do we do next? Because when we play proactively, EDG just countering it so nicely. And when we want to be reactive, EDG just capitalize on it and punish us so heavily.
They need more information when they try to make these aggressive all-in plays. It's, as I was saying, they're not respecting the fact that they're giving away their intentions to EDG and allowing them time and space to set up for beautiful counterplays. They're trying to force plays.
It's almost criminal, though, that EDG are doing this with no vision. Like, look at the minimap right now. RNG, where they started that fight, they should have won that fight because they were doing it on their own accord. They had the right target. They decided they want to clear love instead of scout. It just doesn't work.
Really only been those two wards, the one that's sitting right above Dragon in the jungle entrance, as well as the pink ward that Mata just cleared out of the try. Just very efficient with their vision.
All in all, the plays that EDG have created for themselves have given them about 1,000 gold lead. 4-2 in kills, a turret traded each, but both first blood and first turret fell for EDG. RNG trying to take the first of their game, which is going to be looking for the Dragon. Klilov on the wrong side of the map, so this should be an easy pickup for MLXG as they take down the Mountain Dragon for themselves.
They get the objective. RNG haven't had too many Drakes in this series thus far. It's a good step. Once again, it feels like RNG have brought it back, but is it enough?
But the scary thing with taking the Mountain Dragon is it's only effective if you actually use it, which sounds pretty weird to say, but if you get the Infernal Dragon just literally sitting there breathing, clicking buttons, you're already getting that power. With the Mountain Drake, you have to siege up on monster objectives, you have to siege up on structures, so it's more of that proactive dragon, which RNG have still been struggling with.
For now, though, we can see, once again, Blue Buff's been given over from Klilov to Scout. Lissandra going to bring that one back into the mid lane. Top side of the map, Looper looking to still push up there as, in fact, EDG send Deft towards the top side of the map, so already moving the AD carry across the map.
Yeah, they haven't broken the turret on the bottom side, but they still decide to put him top. Ghostblade is also the item build of choice, something we haven't seen a lot of Varus in the AD carry position for because he's level reliant. Still a great build path, still does a lot of damage.
Really cost efficient to a nice mid-game power spike, which will synergize really well with Scout on that Lissandra. My other big thing with Liss, not only that she fits so well in the current meta through all of her tools, you know, lane dominance, wave clear, works well with double TP, great hard CC, is her flexible itemization. The fact that she can go for the Abyssal, the Hourglass.
We'll have to see what Scout's going to be picking up next on the as his next item on Lissandra. You can see Iceborne Gauntlet was the first pick coming out from Mouse, so opting to be a little bit more tanky coming to this game, not picking up the Trinity Force that we see a few Echoes pick up recently.
Yeah, needing to be a tank. But still, there may be a slow-paced nature to this game. Both teams happy to scale. Really does come down to those item breakpoints. The Ghostblade's a pretty big one, yet it still feels like Uzi and Mata have got lane dominance.
Ooh.
Unless they hit.
Yeah, that's starting to hurt. You mentioned earlier, Mata can block some of those out, but when they're spaced out so nicely, and Def's using Fog of War so well, can get a lot of damage now.
EDG are setting up for a TP play. They're pulling Scout back into spawn, and he has TP available, as well as has now just gotten a fresh buy-in.
Both junglers on the top side of the map as well. Clearlove actually moving away from the red side jungle of MLXG.
Yep, so they're just going to let it pass. But again, the fact that they're all consistent on their back timers, very clear that communication was happening across the map, so good on EDG.
Mouse is still down in this bottom lane against Lupa. We already said he got that Iceborne Gauntlet. The flip side, Lupa went for the Frozen Mallet first.
It doesn't spot the ward.
Ooh, that pink ward. Like you said, Rusty doesn't spot out the vision well placed down by RNG, so they know exactly where Clearlove is. And MLXG is just shadowing him at the moment. He's been on the top side of the map for quite some time now. And that is slowly just going to hurt even more and more. Uzi's got to be a little bit careful with those piercing arrows that are be coming out from Varus. Mouse gets caught out by a Looper here, about to turn into Mega now, but does have Lissandra coming down with him. Power Lock Emerge looking to knock him down, but Clearlove also being locked up by Xiaohu in the mid lane, dodges away from the arrow, jumps back in with the collateral damage, and suddenly two members of RNG have been caught out. Mata has to flash away. Uzi's joining the fight, getting good damage on towards Scout. Mako will be able to eat him up and try and get him to safety. Still has great health to rely on if he needs to get out of there, but they fizzle the fight out, and they trade none for none.
And this all starts with Xiaohu getting caught, but Mata just does so much work, can put the door up and protect his mid laner, and RNG are able to turn it back around with the Ash Arrow and just with the strength of their rotation and team composition. It's good that nobody dies given how that started.
But it does mean that Deft is left alone with this structure, so it will fall in favor of EDG. So across the map and over as a whole, EDG still pick up the advantage.
Teleport's coming in for Lupa, does have the Frozen Mallet. There's the Chains of Corruption coming out from Def, trying to lock him down. But that's a Mega Nut that's about to jump straight on top of the Varus. Will flash away. Mako eats him up, gets him saved. And suddenly this Teleport's coming in from EDG. They're looking to turn this one around. But Southquad's going for the dive. It doesn't work out. Def gets the first kill, and they're still chasing onto the remaining members of RNG. EDG, their reactive play has been on point this series.
It's messy and it's forced, and RNG just cannot get it together and getting that seamless execution. Def just styled on RNG.
It just feels at this stage in the game that EDG are composed, they're in control, they're just reacting to what RNG are throwing at them simply because RNG are throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at EDG, and just seeing if it'll work.
You know, these two teams had very similar stories coming into the grand finals. Both went to 5 games against their opponents. It was Team WE for EDG, IMA for RNG. IMA were the third place team in the LPL. And this has just been a completely different grand final to what we would have expected.
RNG have also really been struggling on the back half of the LPL as well as coming through their gauntlet. Yes, EDG didn't look great against Team WE, but I think it's fair to say that EDG also faced the harder opponent, especially if you just look at the ladder. Although IMA did manage to beat Team WE when it was all said and done in that best of 5, but RNG, we've seen kind of their low points, and it looks like they're continuing to slump when it mattered most.
And this is a big moment for both of these teams here. The stage is set for EDG to get that first place finish with a 3-0, but it's the Drake you have to look towards. Do RNG want to look towards fighting at it? They've got item spikes, they are reasonably powerful. They could look towards a team fight that composition would be okay with having.
Well, before we move down towards the Ocean Drake, we just saw the gold swing there You mentioned earlier, Rusty, RNG were in control of the majority of the early game. It looked a lot better for them. They were getting these natural advantages just from CS alone. That's a cheeky blue buff. But
that's unfortunate.
The reactive players coming out from EDG have just been too strong for RNG to handle. They put themselves back in this game quite nicely. They're again 3,000 gold up and looking incredibly strong as we approach 20 minutes and the second elemental dragon of the game.
Yeah, so they're going to go towards this one. Looper doesn't actually have teleport. RNG decide they don't want to fight for it. So once again, the Drake, EDG getting more and more objectives. RNG starting to hemorrhage.
Focus now will switch towards the top side of the map, although Deft wants to pick up the wave before he makes his back.
Does have his second serrated Dirk, so we'll have to see what he picks up next. Could be the Maul Malmodius or the Dustblade of Drakthar.
He must be close to something.
In fact, going to stick around the rest of his buddies on the bottom side of the map to take down the bottom lane in a turret.
They're
or not.
Chasing.
They really
want
Sid. They were worried about Baron being taken by RNG, which is why they immediately rotate. A fair showing of respect to RNG.
They got that Mountain Drake.
It's also a Malzahar Ashe composition, so their damage to neutrals is quite severe.
They're actually now chasing down the rest of RNG. Good silence coming out from Xiao, who stopped Scout and Mouse from aggressively pushing forward.
But that was good from RNG, funnily enough. Maybe it was too much respect from EDG to the Baron being taken. The end result is that the turret doesn't go down. RNG just hang out.
They're still waiting in the wings, though, RNG. It seems like we've seen MLXG just sitting at that tri-bush for quite some time this game. Not able to get anything from it. He's now looking to see if he can wrap around Mouse on the top side of this map.
He's about to go in.
Power Burst does come down. Slow from the Frozen Mouse. Going to keep Mouse locked down. Has to flash very early. There's the Mega Knight coming out from Looper, and they get a pick onto EDG's top laner.
You know, I've spent a lot of time in Australia, and I can say with a lot of accuracy that's exactly what the spiders do to mice there.
Yeah. Look, you're not wrong, honestly.
It's just brutal.
There's a lot of damage from MLXG, and it all comes back to Looper having this lane control. Now they look mid.
Oh, that's aggressive. Flash forward from Xiao, trying to lock down Deft. They obliterate Cluelove. Chains of Corruption. Gonna land on top of Mata as well as MLXG. But RNG get the pick they were looking for. Now look to try and take down the mid lane out of turret.
And there's no response because Scout is actually on the bottom side of the map trading structure for structure.
And that's a turret that should have went down a couple of minutes ago. So EDG, a bit of a blunder here. RNG being quite proactive, pushing the bill forward. They get a pick top, they get a pick mid, and they are not done.
Yeah, setting up for another one, although that volley may have given them away because it went over the edge. So they know that at least Uzi is sitting in that corner.
A lot of pings coming out from EDG.
And they're actually going to disengage.
Spawning out the play that comes out from RNG, so they do head back towards their side of the jungle. But again, proactive players coming out from RNG, but still they're 2,000 gold behind EDG in this match.
Poor form, Uzi. Poor form. Still doing well, and once again, it's Uzi on the Ashe, one of his better champions. The Jhin was good, but he was against the team designed to kill him. However, when he's on that Ashe, it just feels like he goes up a level in skill.
He's also got a lot more control in front of him on this composition. Malzahar, Gnar, as well as the Braum can offer a lot of safety and space and control for Ashe in these team fights, as well as their potential to not only have a strong 5v5, but also the pick.
We also said Uzi gives you one game a series. Perhaps this is the one.
We'll have to check in and see if he's the one that steps up to the plate here for RNG, because even though they've been looking a lot better, more proactive, fixing a lot of the mistakes they've made in this series so far, they're still on the back foot in this game, 2,000 gold behind EDG.
But Looper is looking for that flank, has the Mega Knight stacked and ready.
Yeah, big flank actually available here.
Deft's going to have to be careful, but for now it's MLXG who gets obliterated by Scout, picks up the first kill in the fight. They're going to trade Defto, who does get collapsed on by the flank that was coming in, but it's a 2-for-1 because Scout gets the double kill as he takes down Mata. The Abyssal Forage being used by Mako to try and cut off Uzi. Has to flash away. Scout jumping on top of it. He's been exhausted. He is so slow in this Ashe. He can't cut away from Deft. It's EDG. Pick up another kill. It's a 3-for-1 trade.
And EDG have a lot of options here because, yes, Deft went down, but the jungler went down for RNG.
Scout's about to find Looper as well.
The Frozen Mallet putting a lot of work on towards Lissandra, slowing her down, forcing her to use the claw to get away.
And Looper effectively not only pulling the wave so they can't continue to push up and trade that team fight advantage into a structure, but also saying, hey, I'm hanging around, I'm full health, don't look at that Baron.
Yeah, so deters them from the major objective. That was really well done from Looper, and it was actually incredibly well done from Mako. He almost finds him. The way Mako played that last fight actually baited Uzi into walking into the lane again instead of into the jungle, assuming that someone was in his belly, but he was alone.
Uzi has always been great at target selection. Uzi has never really been that substantial at weaving his cooldowns. He tends to kind of walk into bad situations. And speaking of bad situations,
Mata has been caught out here. Def does get locked down by the Cocoon, but Mako has eaten up the support, and Def will be able to get a pick. As now Scout, he's into the back lines, using the claw to get over the wall. MLXG in a lot of trouble, turns into a spider, jumps on top of him.
Oh no!
But the self-cast goes out from Scout, not able to lock down the spider, just forces the flash coming out from RNG's jungler.
That's embarrassing.
That's a misclick.
Unfortunately, they don't get the kill onto MLXG, so the jungler is available.
Teleport's coming in for Looper to try and stop this Baron play. EDG.
We have seen this situation before, level 12 to level 12.
Mako trying to eat up MLXG and stop him from getting in towards the pit. He's incredibly low, but they try to fight instead. EDG pulled a trigger. Collateral damage from Cleanup does not connect. That's Mako.
Kill him.
He's got one-on-one. Mako gets the solo kill against MLXG and stops him from trying to steal this Baron. This should be EDG's Baron now.
It also means that RNG have only one option, and it's fight.
And they're going for it. Looper will pick up the first kill on towards Mako. Gets revenge for his jungler, but Mouse, he's going down as well. James the Corruption just locked down RNG for just a short amount of time. And they're not able to continue the fight here as EDG get forced out of the Baron pit.
About 4 seconds of cooldowns off of having a Mega Null, which could have been an entire clean ace of EDG's roster here. Mako sets them up by killing MLXG solo as he was looking for the Baron, but it turns back around to them thinking they can start it. They actually couldn't.
And where Mako is having a standout game, as is Looper for RNG. This guy is putting in so much work, and that's back-to-back massive plays from their Korean top laner. He's playing great red zone defense on this Baron.
Certainly is so far. RNG holding on wherever they possibly can, but I can't believe it. Mako there, you know, really showing that the Toad is the Spider's natural predator.
Yes, Looper's having a good performance, but Mata is not, and Mako is really shining. Mata's actually been slumping a little bit, and I think that directly attributes to RNG also looking worse because he is such a big part of their team and their success. And you know, it's a big deal when you can outperform someone like Mata, a world's MVP.
The Scout now trying to get away here. that is a time catch, very short ultimate coming out. Scout just completely whiffing in the way for him to get out of this fight. We'll get you up, mate, by Mako. We'll get back to safety, but he almost gets picked off by RNG.
Yeah, look, that was one of the shortest Tom Kench ultimates I've ever seen, and one of the shortest claws out of Lissandra to boot. So RNG get 2 low health members of EDG to back away. Now they get the objective.
And they push to take down another Elemental Dragon for themselves. So second Dragon for them and second Ocean Dragon of the game. So still trying to keep up in objectives. They're still 2,000 gold behind, but they haven't fallen any further behind against EDG so far. So putting up a good fight here in game number 3.
One thing to note, Mako did just clear one of those wards, but RNG have had immaculate vision set up still around the Baron, even though they were just fighting for the Drake. They still had 3 to 4 pink wards available for them. They can still walk into the Baron area. EDG can't just bait it.
Now comes down to Uzi making sure that he can make the most of that vision and connect with the key arrow. Their composition, again, is so strong in pick potential between that Malzahar, Elise, and Ashe, but we've yet to see them execute on that all series.
EDG looking to try and siege the mid lane inner turret. And while she was looking for that flank, doesn't land the Cocoon onto a prime target.
Well, he also wouldn't have really engaged on that anyway because Uzi was in the top lane creating a slow push and was making his way down bottom towards mid. And speaking of slow push,
yeah, they've actually got bottom and top minions stacking up now, so RNG stuck on the rotation. They do rotate quickly, however, when you look at their team composition. Boots of mobility.
But EDG are running around the map, looking to try and take down the mid lane in a turret. There's the arrow coming out. Scout.
Oh no.
Tries to use the ultimate on himself, but the cast time's too short. Still has the Frozen 2 up and available. That's the arrow down for Uzi. And a lot of initiation potential from RNG is now not available.
And that's the power of Tom Kench and what he does to negate a lot of these pick compositions, and as a great answer to Ashe.
It's a crazy thing to consider, right? It's whoa.
There goes Scout over the back lines there, tries to lock down Xiao Hu's taking a lot of damage. Pops the ultimate to Mako, but he falls. Mata, next one to fall. A double kill comes out for Def. They're chasing up XG. The Intimacy Spider has to come back down, and the snipe's just not going to be enough. Uzi body blocks the front end of that arrow, but RNG lose 2 members, and they're going to lose a bit of their base as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an inhibitor taken. We'll see how aggressive EDG look. I would imagine they recall after this, set up for the Baron more aggressively. And RNG just falling short at the line once again. Xiaohu gets caught, Mata gets caught. There's just nothing they can do.
Scout really showing Xiaohu how this Lissandra is supposed to be executed, brilliantly using Fog of War and terrain to hide his glacial path and getting on top of people before they know what hits them.
Now Inhibitor turret is down. 5,000 gold lead for EDG. They took the Inhibitor as well. Baron still left up and standing. They're looking to try and push for the win here, guys, because they are they're at match point at the moment to try and continue their perfect split in the LPL, and they're looking to try and go out with a bang here. Because RNG have just been trying to be proactive in this game, but it's just not working out for them.
Frankly, this doesn't even look like a final. This looks like EDG just, dusting off their throne, fluffing up the pillows, getting ready to sit down, kick back, and look towards Worlds.
On the cusp of perfection. It will take one more solid fight at the very least before they find a victory. And there is still a big Na to contend with.
And we've already seen that RNG can put up these desperate fights. Last game, although they did drop that match, they pulled it back to within 3,000 gold with a Baron steal as they look to try and collapse onto a Xiaohu in the top lane. They don't get close enough with the Abyssal Voyage, and EDG do not get the pick.
Likewise, Mata hanging out in the corner.
Oh.
Flashes into it, but gets far away.
Bit Orkies, really.
Big cooldown. A very important cooldown as well, now left for RNG.
Yeah, Ash not having the Essence Reaver build. It's the Infinity Edge, Ash. So lots of damage to be seen from Uzi if he can position. The Summoner spells are available here for Uzi in particular, as well as most of RNG. It feels like they can still win a fight now.
Xiaohu and Uzi are so far out of position right now because they're the only 2 members with the blue trinkets left on their team. And without those blue trinkets, they have to make a guess if EDG start the Baron or not. But Uzi not communicating with his team, not stepping forward to place the blue trinket, and Xiaohu actually in base. They just look like on completely different pages.
RNG forced to head back to base to deal with the super minions that were crashing on towards their Nexus. And that means EDG pulled the trigger. There is a ward outside the Baron pit, and there are teleports up for Lupa. He's going to pull the trigger, and immediately EDG just back off.
That's fine. Burn the cooldowns. Have patience. Clear it out. Start again.
Yeah, the TP gets cancelled by Lupa. It means that nobody else is available to split push. Middle lane, thankfully, for RNG is close enough to the pit, but MLXG's in trouble.
Def sidesteps the Cocoon, is able to lock down MLXG. He gets exhausted. The AD carry is at half health, and the teleport does get cancelled to go for the flank of the backlines from Scout. And EDG just being as cautious as they possibly can. There's a big Mega Knife from Lupa. Mouse forced to use the ultimate, gets into the back lines, gonna pop his Guardian Angel, but he takes down MLXG with him. Uzi's in trouble, Clearlove and Def chase on forward, but now it's the ADK for EDG that's dead. Xiao picks up the kill. Mouse has to run away. RNG put on their last stand as they get 2 kills in the fight. Lupa's going to the back lines, gets jumped on by Clearlove. Scout could be able to take it down, has to use the Zhonya's Hourglass. And RNG, they find 4 picks for themselves and pull up the desperate team fight.
Big win for RNG. It could set them up for the Baron. However, they're too low, so they're not going to be able to secure the objective. But the momentum, everything that EDG had just built up in the past 5 minutes, the teleports baited and wasted, still gives RNG the win.
And initially, this looks so good for EDG. Again, Def just putting on his blue suede shoes, sidestepping Cocoon, setting up the team perfectly. But it all goes sideways when Lupa gets in here and finds a massive 4-man Gnar ultimate.
And it's legitimately just Lupa. Uzi spends this entire fight, I think he auto-attacks twice when kiting backwards, and just throws Ws for the rest of it. It's Xiaohu, it's the Lupa, it's the solo laners of RNG bringing it back.
And it's finally nice to see them in Game 3, but again, how this composition works is you have so much time and space created on that front line. Again, EDG do not have a true tank. So Gnar and Malzahar and Elise can disrupt a lot and allow Uzi to walk through the front lines.
It's still a 2 for 4 trade that went in favor of RNG. It's 14-11 in kills on Summoner's Rift at the moment. But it's still, as always, a 2,500 gold lead in favor of EDG. You can see the damage dealt during that last fight. Xiaohu he was just left untouched throughout the entire team fight.
Speaking of team fight,
and looking for another one here. Chains Corruptions does land on towards MLSG, locks down Mata, looking to connect on towards Xiaohu and Uzi, but does not.
we're fine. Everything's fine. Going quickly back to that damage graph, though, the fact that Looper and Malzahar both out-damaged Uzi, not the greatest scenario to be in. But that said, with all of those kills, a lot of big breakpoints came through for the Ashe. Now has the Scimitar completed, so a lot more protection to step forward and be aggressive.
EDG, they're able to take down the Ocean Dragon for themselves. Actually looking to try and collapse on towards Scout. He's been locked down by Xiao, who doesn't have time to use the ultimate himself, doesn't even have the ultimate available, and RNG get another pick for themselves.
Again, the pick composition gets a pick, exactly what they're designed to do, and it's Scout being out of position. So now, yes, there is a low health Malzahar, but they do that Baron extremely quickly if they kick it off.
Baiting it.
If they kick it off.
They're waiting very patiently.
They're standing on a ward, so RNG have all the information and power here.
The ward spots them out, so they know the jungler is not on the Baron. Aegis being popped there to try and run straight towards EDG, but no fight being picked by RNG. Chana Chrysaor going to come back up shortly as well. They've started on the Baron. They're looking to do this.
Forcing them now towards the Baron. RNG turning around.
They go for the fight to start things off. Looper gets a Nara on towards Mouse and Mako to kick off the fight. Xiaohu will lock down EDG's top lane and force his ultimate on the spot. Mata taking a lot of damage, will live to tell the tale. But now RNG incredibly low. Scouts back up.
Health.
Here's Selbrook coming in. RNG have to run. Mako flashes forward with the exhaust onto Uzi. Def still chasing, still poking. Clearlove going to be able to knock the GA out. There goes Scout. He's in there. Gets a big flank onto RNG. Starts off with 2 kills. Loopers run away. Time catch will eventually fall, and Malzar's the next target as Xiaohu's just caught here. MLXG tries to turn around after the GA, but he gets popped by Dev. And now Mouse teleporting to the fight as well. RNG then just get picked apart piece by EDG.
The cards were stacked up and knocked over. The fact is during all of that, Mouse was full health, teleported back into the fight. They have so many options. Inhib, Baron, doesn't matter.
They're going to try and end, I think, after this inhibitor. They actually want to just outright finish this game. It's Looper against the world. Martyr in 8 seconds. And then it's Uzi in 15.
They're at least going to be able to take down this inhibitor. It seems like that's what EDG wanted to come in for. They get the inhibitor and now ping straight towards the Baron. Big team fight coming out from EDG.
And the jungler still Sandstorm Clearlove, so they can move over towards that Baron as we get to see this fight again. Mouse starts out of position, yet EDG somehow still win this.
And a lot of eyes also on Scout with the TP that's coming now in the top right-hand corner of your screen. So again, the communication, EDG are shepherd dogs right now. They are funneling the sheep of RNG up into this tight little corridor. We said blue side has an incredibly high win rate. That is why. That is a essential piece, is that when you are escaping the Baron pit from purple side, you have to funnel through tiny choke points, and the AoE and the 6.15 meta obliterates you.
And during this time, EDG were able to move towards the Baron pit and take down Baron for themselves. RNG decided not to fight for the objective. So now, not only are EDG 5,000 gold in the lead, they have that inhibitor taken down again, they have Baron buff to push for even more objectives.
Yeah, once again, there is nothing on the map, though, for EDG to go for besides structures. The middle lane inhibitor is the shortest lane, so RNG can afford to put somebody there and then have them rotate. Inner turrets, the only things that EDG can really look towards unless they just straight barrel down mid.
And it's desperate times again for RNG. It is match point for EDG. If they want to start a reverse sweep, it has to be with this game, but they're walking straight into Scout to start things off here. LSG and Mata take a little bit of damage.
It's still a very close game in terms of the gold, 66 to 61. You're coming up into the point where that doesn't even matter anymore, though, because everyone's running around with at least their core, if not some luxury items or their defensive items stacked up. So, I mean, we've seen Hail Mary victories from RNG. Those turnarounds are still possible, but someone else needs to join Looper on that front line and step up and start playing the game.
And they almost pulled off that Hail Mary victory in game number 2. Were not able to execute when they got the Baron steal. This time around, they're up against a Baron up EDG who are just knocking on their door. Those are 3 empowered, 4 now empowered cannon minions. Just chipping away at the top lane inhibitor turret. Already down to half health with just 1 push coming out from EDG.
Once again, thankfully, it's the middle lane inhibitor, so Uzi can try his best to trim it down before it comes back to this top lane. RNG is starting to run out of options here. They want to engage or they'll get poked out by Scout and Deft.
Engaging still very hard to do on a GA Echo as well as the Varus.
There's a change to corruptions. Looper is almost mega. Looking to get into the back lines. Does have a GA available. Transforms. Immediately EDG move back towards the safety of deep into the top lane.
They do get a lot of chip damage though on Mouse. Now sitting at about 25%. Still has his GA available to him.
Winions.
Get a turret down. Mouse actually using his ultimate to get back towards the top side of the map. So is that full health, but doesn't have that ultimate available anymore. The top lane inhibitor turret incredibly low. EDG still threatening to push through.
No Mega Gnar available for Looper gives a good window of opportunity for EDG to work their magic. But whenever Xiaohu gets onto somebody, the damage he's doing now is starting to stack up and is becoming a big deal.
Bottom lane has a massive wave though for RNG that's slowly collapsing in towards EDG's base.
And the reason why EDG want this top inhibitor so badly is because the Elder Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds and they want the Elder Dragon inhibitor to play cross-map.
MLXG is looking to stop recalls with his positioning. RNG are now threatening them to just stop them from going back to base so that those minions can do work.
Depth is incredibly low, so they will use the empowered recall from Baron to get back to base as quick as they can and defend that bottom lane inhibitor turret that takes half its health just from minions alone.
So much money.
Yeah.
He's rich.
Definitely.
And here comes the Elder Dragon. 5 seconds until that one's up. RNG are the ones with the position around the pit to start things off.
I mean, both teams are now postured around it. They haven't had time to set up. So it comes down to if they set up or if they just decide to go. RNG have the inside track to the river above all else.
Scout, though, on the bottom side of your map, looking for a big flank. He can cut them off.
Finds Looper, just locks him down, gets a little bit of chip damage onto the tank of RNG.
Looper is doing so much work for RNG. If he hadn't zoned out Scout, you guarantee that Lissandra is looking for a big 4-man flank.
Just waiting now for the moment where a big team fight actually breaks out. RNG, you can tell they want it, but EDG are just playing them for the full. Trying to kite back, utilize their poke, set themselves up as best they possibly can before they fight.
Again, it comes down to the
Or
strengths.
just go!
Vissel's Voyage coming in. Mata forced to use the ultimate early. Scout could have got locked down before he could use his ultimate. Mako eats him to make sure he stays alive. Scout goes back in. Still looking for it. Locks down Xiaohu. Gets a double kill to start things off. Mouse is going to go into the back lines and pick that one up for him. And RNG, they're getting obliterated. EDG are tearing through them.
They're not done though.
One by one. They take down Looper's Guardian Angel. LHG's is down as well. Uzi's locked down. He's getting destroyed. Clearline picks up the kill. And RNG, they're going to get aced here by EDG.
And that's it. EDG will reclaim their throne as the premier team in the LPL. And again, Uzi is denied another LPL title.
And with that, EDG move towards the Nexus turrets. They continue their perfect split in the summer split of the LPL. EDG are your champions and the #1 seed heading into Worlds 2016.
An undefeated split, an undefeated playoff run, and the cherry on top, the 3-0 victory, the dismantling of RNG and Uzi's curse. It holds strong.
And what a phenomenal victory here today from EDG.
Now we have EDG 5 members. Raise up the trophy that belongs to EDG.
也请现场的摄影为我们记录下这个令人激动的时刻。
Let's all remember this moment. Each one of the players are super excited for the championship. They've spent so much and put it all they have to win the championship. They really deserve this champion.
好，接下来让我们掌声
Now, let's invite Tencent Sega Huang to present them the champion. So Sage, what do you have to say to the two teams? Congratulations to EDG that they won the champion. And also congratulate them to qualify for the Worlds as the #1 seed from LPL. And also, congratulations for them to not losing a single game in regular season. So this is a very special moment for EDG. They did a great job. Also, we'll also congratulate to RNG for also qualify for the Worlds as a 2nd seed and hope they can perform well on the world stage. Now, now there's a huge check for EDG. Congratulations for the trophy and the money. So this is comes to the end of Summer Split Final. Back to the caster. Back to the caster. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Congratulations to EDG for picking up the victory here in the grand finals of the LPL Summer Split. Undefeated throughout the group stages, a 3-0 victory in the grand finals as well against RNG. They even taken the lights out here on the caster desk. It's just a phenomenal performance all around from EDG here tonight.
I know, it's hard to focus right now because there's literally just like explosions happening from across from us. You can see it on their faces. Again, Clearlove is a player that he will take sole responsibility. A lot of players, when games go wrong, you know, they'll shove off that responsibility, say, oh, there's problems here, there's problems here. Clearlove will always say, anytime EDG lose, that was on me. It was my fault. I need to step up. So for him to come into this and to see that smile on his face, because Clearlove hardly ever smiles, this is, again, they weren't hungry for victory, they were starving for it. And Clearlove was just saving.
Taken a long time, a very long time, but the victory must be sweet for EDG, and a massive congratulations is needed for those guys. They've achieved perfection. They are our first seeds at Worlds. They have literally just got everything they could possibly get to win in this split.
And they look scary heading into the 2016 World Championships as well, especially with a performance like that. Remember, RNG were the team that represented LPL heading into MSI, and they were very dominant in that tournament, and EDG just dismantled them in that last best of 5 series. It looked like there was almost no hope for RNG, with a couple of slivers here and there, but just nothing concrete.
I will say that that was not the same RNG that appeared at MSI, so that team still has more to grow and more expectations for them, but EDG looked phenomenal.
Certainly did. And with that, EDG, they close out the LPL Summer Split here, and we would like to see how they do at World Championships, at the World Championships as the first seed. RNG will be heading as the second seed, but we still have to decide who's the third seed coming from China. We do have a gauntlet run that takes place tomorrow as well as the day after. But that's all from us here tonight. On behalf of myself, Frostkern, Rusty, the entire casting team, and the entire English broadcasting team, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.